Welcome back to the War Room, the Cards Open Singleton pre-game show. I am your host, Christo, and on today's show, we are going to recap everything that went down last weekend in Cards with the OCC, as well as the Swiss of the Cards Open Singleton. We've got an interview with our first place finisher in the Swiss round of Singleton, as well as an expert panel who's going to tell you a little bit more about what to expect coming up later today in the top 8, which will be cast live on Cards Twitch page right here. So before we jump into Cards Open Singleton, let's go over quickly what happened at the OCC last week. So we actually saw Berto Burrito, fresh off of his Cards Open 4 win, come back and win the Officers Club Championship, defeating his mentor and friend, J King. I did get a chance to ask Darkness and Ollie, who cast in the event, a few questions regarding that relationship and what they think is next for Berto Burrito after a couple big victories, so stay tuned for that. But before we get to that, I wanted to chat a little bit about Cards Open Singleton since we have the top 8 happening in just a few moments. We, last weekend, saw the Swiss round where 50 players competed in a 6-round Swiss event, with Spoos coming out on top, going 6-0, being undefeated, and the favorite going into today's top 8. Wild Eyes and Bubbles coming in second and third, rounded out the top 3, but we're sure to see more of these players and many others in today's top 8. To give you a few more details around his game plan coming into the event, how he went 6-0, and what his plans are for the top 8, let's have Spoos tell you a bit more about that. Thank you so much for joining us in the War Room, Spoos. Congrats on finishing on top of the Cards Open Singleton Swiss bracket. You were a perfect 6-0. Now, I know you're one of the top streamers in the community and you're fairly well known, but for those of you out there who don't know Spoos, do you care to take a few moments to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. First of all, thanks for having me here today for that little interview. Yeah, as you already mentioned, my name is Spoos. I'm 38 years old, and yeah, I started playing cards in March 2019, around that. And yeah, started streaming in September 2019 since I enjoyed this game a lot and wanted to give something back to the community, and yeah, want to help newer players with some tutorials and videos and decks to share. And yeah, so we are here today, and yeah, the Singleton format was really fun so far, and I'm pretty excited for the top 16 here to come.
Awesome. And you've played in our regular Cards Open tournaments before as well, so just the open format. How, you mentioned the Singleton tournament being fun and that format being fun. How do you prepare for a Singleton tournament versus just a regular open?
Yeah, I experienced that it's very, very different with the special formats, especially because when you play a regular tournament with regular rules, you just can test your decks in ladder because you're facing similar decks. And with a Singleton, and especially in the Pauper format, that was really the struggle, because the Pauper decks are really, really bad when you play them in jungle, in ladder, especially in higher ranks. It's so problematic to test your decks because you're not knowing if they are good against the same deck type, because when you play in Singleton format, everybody is playing Singleton.
Right.
And yeah, it's very, very hard when you don't have a partner to test with. And that's why I'm really, really happy that I joined Team Radiant just before that tournament. So yeah, me and Innocent Bubbles, we tried some things around, and it was really, really helpful to see how good my decks are that I created there.
And it clearly worked for you and Bubbles as well, right? Because I believe Bubbles finished in the top 3 as well. So it seems like that playtesting worked nicely. Now, did you guys take similar deck lists and bring the kind of the same mentality to it? Or did you both approach things differently?
Actually, that Brit deck that I brought, that was the one that I got from Bubbles.
Okay.
Originally, I had a Soviet deck and a US deck. And we tried some games, and I just realized, oh, my Soviet deck is not that great against this Brit deck, and this Brit deck is good against almost every matchup. I thought US or Soviet would be the strongest one. Yeah, and so I decided to bring Britain and US, and both decks performed really, really well. Especially the research cards did a lot of work in almost all the matches. Yeah, and I think the only match that Bubble lost was against me, so that was a little bit unfortunate that we just faced each other there.
Fair enough. And I think it's interesting you bring up the research cards actually, because if you think about it, in a singleton deck, your best cards are a little bit less concentrated because you have to bring more of a variety. So the research cards take a bit more time to pull off, but I imagine the matches end up being a little bit slower because it's more difficult to find some of those key pieces. Is that something that you saw in the singleton format?
Yeah, we just realized that aggro decks are not really a thing in Singleton because aggro decks are really relying on cheap and a lot of units that go fast on the board and deal damage to your opponent. But there's not so much that you can create with Singleton that is really aggro. So we expected some very control-heavy matches, and yeah, I think it became that way, and we at least I did not see any aggro matchup.
Right on. So seeing how the meta obviously shifts a little bit with this being singleton, it's also different because you do have an open deck list format. Does that change what you bring to the tournament? Are there certain decks that maybe don't perform as well when they're not a surprise and don't fare well in an open deck list format? Or, did you feel comfortable knowing even if my opponent sees what's coming, they won't be able to stop it or to really counter it?
Yeah, I mean, I did not really put the focus on that one, that I would not bring decks that. So usually what you don't want your opponent to know is when you play an OTK deck. So he's not seeing your OTK coming. But in Singleton, it's very hard to create something like that. There might be some ways to, maybe with the Japan Fury fighters with both sort of ranks, so you can put up 14 damage in one turn, something like that. But besides that, there's, I think, autocannon. That OTK with autocannon is not really working because you don't get too much tokens from the cards that you need for that. So I would not put the decks to not be countered by my opponent knowing what I'm bringing. In general, I don't like the open deck format too much. I prefer the closed deck list,
Okay.
just knowing what nations and allies your opponents bring, because it's completely other play style. It starts by the mulligan that you have to decide. You're just seeing the nation of your opponent. For example, Japan gets now not in Singleton, but in other formats. And you have to choose, is he playing resistance? Is he playing aggro? Is he playing maybe Japan midrange? It starts with this, and when you have open deck list, you just check the deck list, see, oh, okay. And so it's completely different, but
Right.
both have their things, but I prefer the closed deck list.
And I think you bring it up perfectly. They're completely different formats because being able to look and see exactly what your opponent has in their deck versus not is just changes the mentality and how you approach the game. Are you a type of player in an open deck list format that'll look through the list and go, okay, I have a good idea of what they're bringing? Or are you the type of player that sits there with the deck list and kind of crosses off cards as they play them so you know exactly what's left in your opponent's deck at the end of the round?
No, that's not what I did there. Actually, I was streaming my matches at the same time,
Okay.
and yeah, I think I would have been too distracted to look at the chat, keep track of what my opponent played. I just took a look at what my opponent brought there, and created a match plan in my head. What is his win condition? What do I have to do to beat him? And yeah, then just played the match straight around. And
I think that's interesting as well. When I stream card games, I typically find it more difficult to focus on, let's say, winning the game itself versus interacting with chat and things of that nature. So you're streaming your tournament games. Do you just kind of ignore chat, or you want to delay? Do you find that it changes? I mean, obviously it doesn't change your success in tournaments as you were 6-0, even though you're streaming the games. How do you approach streaming in a very competitive type of scenario like a tournament?
So just to make clear, I think I would have not streamed my World Championship games there, because there's always the risk that you get stream sniped when you just stream live, and your opponent is not only knowing what is in your deck, but also what is in your hand and what answers do you having for his cards. But yeah, since it is just some packs that I'm giving to my community anyways, so I'm just doing this for the fun, and I want to see other players play a tournament. What is my thought process there? What can they learn? How should they go into a tournament? And that's why I did it this time live. And yeah, it looks like it's not really doing much because can go 6-0 anyways. Yeah.
Awesome. I do love that approach as well, especially if you have, some new players in your community or newer players who maybe aren't familiar with the tournament format. You mentioned it before, playing in tournament, playing ladder, playing open deck list, they're all very different. So I think sharing some of your insight as you play through a tournament can be really, really comforting for a newer player who maybe wants to jump into a tournament for the first time. Maybe they want to try Pauper or Singleton or something down the line. So I think that's a great approach to really, like you said, kind of give back to the community.
Yeah.
So you've got the top 16 coming up this weekend. The top 8 is going to be cast on Sunday. I don't want you to give away your strategy, but you do need to bring a third deck now to the top 16, and you will be able to ban one in each of your matchups. Do you have a specific thought process in mind about how you want to approach this this top 16?
Yeah, first of all, I'm going to check what the other top 16 participant brought in their Swiss round. And then, yeah, I think I will do some testing with my team and see which of these deck might work out for me and fit into my. So I want to create a deck that is very similar in heaviness or in playstyle than the two that I'm actually having.
Okay.
Because we are also playing with bans on the KO. So my opponent is having a hard decision there what to ban and what not to ban.
And going into this, you mentioned, for example, the British deck you brought, and that if I look down the top 16, and maybe you haven't gotten to that point yet, but the top 16 looks like it's fairly heavy on Brit decks. Would you consider, I'm going to bring a third list, maybe that counters Britain a little bit, or maybe I'll bring something completely different and just look at, let's say, banning a Brit deck down the line throughout the whole tournament? Would you rather counter, or would you rather ban something that you think might be a threat?
Yeah, that's a difficult question here. First of all, I think I want to create something that I'm familiar with and that I feel comfortable with playing. So, and yeah, Britain and US, I think 99%, if you can say this, but it's just 16 players, will bring Britain and US because they might be the strongest factions in Singleton. And then it might be a lot of Soviets. But yeah, I'm not really sure if you can build counter decks to Britain with Singleton. I think the US deck might work, but I don't think I will pick a counter. I will just see what I'm good with and try my best with this one.
And that's what makes something like a new format like Singleton so interesting, where you want to bring something you're familiar with, but it's not going to be something that you've played a lot of games with because of the unique format.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're going to start wrapping things up, but I've got a couple questions not related to the tournament, but more just about you specifically. So where does your name, where does Spoos come from?
Yeah, actually, that was a really well-kept secret so far.
Oh.
And I thought a lot if I want to reveal it here or later, or but it's not that big of a thing. So I think I might just give it for free now.
So we've got this inside scoop here. We've got breaking news.
Yeah, it's also a little riddle inside, and so far nobody could solve it. But yeah, it also has to do something with my first name.
Okay.
This is also having 5 letters, and if you just take the next letter in the alphabet from my first name, then you just create spoos with it. And I found that out, I don't know, 20 years ago, and I found it that interesting that I kept it as my internet nickname.
That's awesome. I can just picture our viewers at home right now writing down like what comes before S and going through it. So we'll let them come up with that. We'll let them put the work in and they can all bug you about it. But that's awesome. Yeah. I think that's really, really creative. And it's always fun. I ask the question a lot because we've had some pretty unique names come through. And during interviews, it's always fun to see where things like Spoos or Birdo Burrito came from. So thank you for sharing that on the episode of the War Room. It's a very, like I said, breaking news. Got the inside scoop here on the War Room. Before we let you go, is there anything specific you want to say to the community or anything you want to put out there?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank all my followers, my subscribers, the community in general. They're all so nice guys, and I'm really enjoying doing this every day, just because of having so many nice people in the community. And yeah, thanks again for having me here today. And
My
yeah,
pleasure. Before we let you go, last chance to plug anything you want, your Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, or whatever else you got. Where can people find you, Spoos, out there if they want to watch you?
yeah. First of all, I'm on Twitter, as you can see right here, there, and then I'm very active on Twitch almost every evening, European time. Spoos_Twitch, and just search for Spoos on YouTube, and then you will also be able to find me.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Spoos, for coming and hanging out with us in the War Room and giving some insight on the top 16. Best of luck this weekend, and hopefully we will see you in the champion circle.
Hopefully. Thanks a lot, man. Bye-bye.
Thanks again, Spoos, for taking the time to sit down with us and recap the experience of the Swiss Singleton last week. You're going to see more of Spoos in just a few moments where he competes in the top 8. Two other people you are definitely going to see are also Ollie and Darkness, who will be casting the event. So let's jump over to them where they chat a little bit more about their experience in the OCC, as well as what to expect coming up later today in the top 8. Gentlemen, welcome to the panel. Darkness, welcome back. Ollie, this is your first time, so welcome. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. I know you're a name that doesn't necessarily need much of an introduction, but before we get started, being your first time here, is there anything you want to say to the community?
Hi, I'm Ole. I'm the esports guy at Cards in 1939. I'm a noob at the game, but I keep showing up to have Darkness correct me. That's pretty much what I do when I cast. So,
to be honest, that's why I have him on the show, because no matter what I ask, I know he's going to give me the facts and show me what's right. Before we go and jump into the big Singleton top 8 that you two are going to be casting this weekend, I wanted to quickly touch on the Officers Club Championship, where you both saw firsthand Birdo Burrito come out on top. Darkness, let's jump over to you for a moment. Were there any big surprises or takeaways from the OCC this past weekend?
I was mostly surprised by J King losing in his first round against a newbie, an underdog. That was a little surprising because he is an Officer Club Championship winner as well, and he finished in the top 4, so he didn't have to fight to be in the top 8. Getting eliminated by an underdog, and the two underdogs of this Officer Club Championship made it into the battle for the 3rd place. That was surprisingly, but welcome, very welcome.
So a nice kind of change of pace, changing of the guard a little bit, seeing some new names come out on top is always fun, and encourages new players to kind of jump in there and feel like they've got a chance as well. What about you, Ollie? What were your takeaways from last weekend's tournament?
My takeaway is that if you want to win a final against Birdo Burrito, don't bring Brit Air, because J King wasn't able to win a single game with that, right? And I think that's interesting because, Brit Air has been discussed a lot after the Flampanzer changed, and a lot of people felt like it was kind of overpowered and didn't have a counter or an answer. But I think we just saw that firsthand in this tournament, that there are decks out there that are much stronger than Brit Air and can absolutely stop that deck dead in its tracks. So for me, that was pretty interesting to see, and it also kind of highlights in my mind, how deliberate and careful you have to be when selecting your decks for a tournament like this, right? Mm-hmm. Picking the wrong deck, all of a sudden you're losing 3-0 in the finals. Like, man, that's a costly mistake to make.
And that's a huge part of the tournament game itself. But, it's funny you mentioned Brit Air. Darkness actually corrected me again last week, as we were mentioning before, because I was talking about during the Cards Open forecasting that, some of chat was talking about how Brit Air is overpowered and maybe needs a nerf or a tweak. And at the same time, Darkness went ahead and showed us that there's not only Brit Air, but there's a variety of different British archetypes that you can bring. And, if you face something that's unexpected because you're preparing for something else, well, that whole deck selection process just gets thrown out the window. So I think it's really interesting that you brought that up again, Ollie. And speaking of the finals, speaking of Berto winning Cards Open 4, then taking OCC in back-to-back weeks, and this time beating his mentor, so to speak, his friend who brought him in, making the cash as well, no doubt. But, you know, J King brings him in, shows him the ropes, teaches him everything he knows, and then Berto goes and takes him out. Is this a case of the student becoming the master?
Well, it looks like. I'd like to say it looks like. But you need to know these decks. I think J King made all of them. So Berto just used J King's decks. And I still think J King is on another level compared to Berto Burrito. Well, he is already a very, very strong player. Like, he proved it. He won 2 tournaments, and he's one of the best player right now. That's true. But I still think J King is a little bit better experience-wise in deck building. But he was just unlucky facing Berto Burrito in the finals and unlucky by choosing Brit Air.
Mm-hmm.
If they started with the exact same deck lists, I think J King would have won there, maybe 3-1, maybe 3-2. You never know. This was just one decision in his prepared decks.
From my perspective, like I agree with you, Darkness. I think J King has shown over time that he is like a veteran of the game, right? He knows how to build the decks. He knows how to pilot them. I think Berto has shown tremendous growth in a very, very short time and established himself, you know, as one of the top pilots at least, right? Like you're talking about, maybe J King is making the decks and doing a little bit more of the theory crafting, but you know, you can't take anything away from Berto in terms of piloting those decks. It takes a lot of skill and effort to play that well in a tournament setting in front of, you know, 200 people online. And so on. So I'm going to give Berto a huge shout out. And I think that we're going to see Berto and J King face off in official tournaments more often than not in the future. I mean, I think these guys are both going to be a staple of the top level competitive card scene.
You know, you were talking about those dollar bills. Maybe J King should have put something in the contract saying, "I'll teach you this game, but you know, I want 10% of the winnings."
J King just he's skimming all the winnings. I'm putting him directly to J King. Berto Burrito is just.
I got some insights there. I know Berto Burrito bought some candy for J King with his first tournament winnings of the Cards Open.
See, so you know, maybe there's some backdoor kind of gambling going on there, some partnerships, some shady doings, but nonetheless, you know, this really does put Berto on the map. You know, Ollie, you were talking about it before. Does this make Berto, you know, the one to beat going forward? Does it put the target on his back, or do we think J King is just going to bounce back from this and really threaten in the next tournament?
I mean, I think J King needs to beat Berto, right? Like that's what he needs to do in the next tournament. So yeah, I definitely think Berto has the target on his back right now. You know, you don't win 2 tournaments back to back in Cards and don't have people come after you, right? Mm-hmm. Like they want that spot. You know, I don't think people realize how big of an achievement it is to win 2 tournaments back to back, right? Like we love to talk about RNG and card games and like, oh, it's all about the draws and all that kind of stuff, but like that level of consistency, it does not happen by accident. So definitely Berto does have the target on his back right now. And he's going to have it until he loses, right? And we're going to have a new person to start chasing.
And you talked about it there, Ollie, and Darkness brought it up before. You know, you've got somebody like J King who's really brought just such a tenure of championships and a tenure of winning to the game. So Berto coming in, winning a couple back-to-back is truly an achievement, but you know, maybe he's not quite at that level of proving over time that he can keep that type of competition going. So it's going to be really interesting to see next time they meet up, since Berto's kind of one-up J King over the last couple of weeks.
Absolutely.
So let's dive into Singleton, and this is obviously a unique event with special rules, a special kind of tournament. If we're looking from a higher level perspective, Ollie, I wanted to start with you. You know, what are you hoping that some of these special rule tournaments will do for the game of cards?
So the way I like to think about cards is, you know, the collection is just a deck of cards, right? And we can do so much stuff on top of that deck of cards. And I think these kind of special rules events that we're making just highlight that, right? Now, some of them might be super fun. Some of them might be a little bit less fun. But the reason why we're doing these is because we want to figure out what's fun enough to warrant, the investment of building it into the client or being able to serve it to, more players over time. One thing that we will probably never, stop doing at 1939 Games is trying to innovate how you can get value and entertainment out of your collection with different game modes, different types of tournaments, with different types of experiences, different goals. So I think that's definitely one of those things that I want to get from that. So for anyone that is participating in any of these special rule tournaments, whether it is, the Singleton, if you're going to be participating in the Cards Open Week, that's going to be coming up in March, by all means, send me feedback. Tell me what you liked, what you didn't like. It's all really useful information for the future development of competitive cards.
That's awesome to hear. And, we just saw the addition of casual being added within the last couple of days. So is something like special rules or special modes, is that something that's in the plans for cards going forward? Or is it going to be dependent on how these tournaments play out?
It's definitely in the plans. I can't give a concrete time frame right now. But I would just say, like, I would say our track record shows that we listen to the community, right? Like, we just rolled out a ton of changes. Casual mode wasn't a part of that. Casual mode was really quick to come up as one of the things that players felt like we're missing with the new rank system. So we just went ahead and built that. We're also doing stuff right now, like, we're building kind of rank specific card backs as rewards for grinding the ladder and that kind of stuff to make it a little bit more bling and a little bit more worth it. You're also getting kind of golden specials and elite cards and stuff for your placement in the ladder, but that isn't, fully represented in the game. So we're making some tweaks in how we show you what you're earning. So we're constantly evolving and we're constantly learning. And I think that's the biggest takeaway here is, like, join us in this process, learn with us, help us learn how cards can be the best game that it can be, because, we're making cards for the first time as well.
I think that's such an awesome point. I have played a ton of card games, both digital and non, in my lifetime, and I think that seeing a company actually listen to the people who play the game and start to incorporate different things is huge, and it's not something you see every day. A lot of different developers preach that, but it's really great seeing you actually implement these features, and hopefully continuing to go forward, you'll add more and more that appeals to different types of players. Maybe you do want to grind rank. Maybe you just want to relax and play some fun special rules types of game modes. So that variety is definitely going to attract different players and keep them engaged within the game.
Absolutely. And that's what it's all about, right? At the end of the day, it's supposed to be a fun game, right? And if I can't find what is fun for me, like you say, some people want single player, special rules, in client tournaments, ranked ladder, draft, like, name it. Let's make it happen. Let's find out fun ways to do stuff around cards.
Absolutely. So what about from the player perspective, Darkness? How do you approach, let's say, a tournament like Singleton that has special rules and special deck building? How does that differ from how you prepare for, let's say, a standard Cards Open?
Well, it's fun because it's fresh, it's new. You never played with decks with only containing one cards each. Like a veteran player like myself with 2,000 hours in cards, having seen all the different metas, knowing all the archetypes, I don't want to say it's boring, but you saw nearly everything, and when something it's new, it's only a small new idea mixed together from other changes from other from other decks. But something like Singleton is completely new. So you need to figure out what is working like everybody else. You can't say, let's try that J-Aggro list from 6 months ago or that control list from 1 year ago. It's completely new and nobody knows what to expect. Well, this is not the first Singleton tournament. There was one test Singleton before. I participated there. J King won this tournament with a British US deck and nearly the same deck list as I used there. I scored fourth and I lost against the Devil is a Handsome Man with some Japan German aggro burn deck. But the whole process of this new tournament is very interesting because you need to sit down to think new and build new decks, testing new decks. It's just fun. It's interesting.
And to your point, you're bringing in, a different aspect of the game. Just because you have 2,000 hours, yeah, you've seen different, archetypes, you've seen different synergies between cards. But when you're going and talking about a completely new format, it kind of levels the playing field a little bit for everybody. So somebody who's maybe a bit newer in the game, maybe they don't have as strong of a collection and end up playing a Singleton style just by force of their collection. So it definitely makes things a little bit more interesting and gets everybody kind of going and engaged. But, Darkness, you did mention that kind of British-US combination, and it seems like looking at the deck list of the top 16, that is something that is still very prevalent. In fact, I went through like the top 10, and I think everybody brought a British deck list. What makes the Brits so powerful in Singleton format?
Well, from what I saw, Singleton is different to the previous or any constructed meta, where you're going to build different archetypes with different ideas, like an artillery deck, an air deck, then a ramp deck. In Singleton, you can't include more as one copy of a card, so you need to include a lot of different cards. This makes the decks themselves more generic. So you're not going to build one Alpine deck or one specific tank deck. You're going to build more general ideas, like I'm going to go full aggro, putting as much aggressive cards as I can into this deck. I'm going to get more controlled, maybe more value overall with as much good cards on its own. Or maybe as late as possible to use some US cards with B17 Avenger. And yeah, that is the point. J King and I figured this out in the first tournament. British and combined with US is a pretty powerful combination in this format, because these nations have a great variety of very strong cards for the US. For example, Avenger, B17, Mustang. These cards are trading mostly 2-for-1, and that is very, very important in this format. You're having great AoE like Death from Above, or switching to British, Carpet Bombing. The probably best removal card, or one of the one of the best removal cards, the best AoE removal card in the game. They have incredible high sustain cards like East Surrey Regiment, Seaforth Highlanders, Grenadier Guards. Just 3 guards, and they are so damn powerful from their stats. They're able to trade 4 standard Japanese infantry units array. And yeah, that is the power of Brit in this format. First, I thought Soviet is being probably the most powerful unit, because the most powerful deck, because they have the strongest elite cards. But it's not all about the elites. You're only able to put in 1. So yeah, kind of every card is important here. Even like every card has the same level. Elites, specials, limited.
It matters when matter when you get them. Like that's what really matters, right? I mean, you could get an armored train, or you could get it from the people, but from the people might be a better thing to get, because you only have one of each thing in your deck. It's like it's a matter of when you get it, right? And a standard card can be exactly as valuable or more valuable than an elite card if the board state is that way, right? Or am I misunderstanding something, Darkness?
No, definitely not.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, if you boil it all down, it comes down to, first off, let's select a nation that has a good amount of versatility, because I am going to be playing one of every card. It doesn't matter what your strongest card is. It matters, card number 40, how good is that card, and how can I make sure those top 40 are the best possible? Because Exactly like you said, Ollie, I might be drawing it at, the wrong time, the right time. How do I maximize really the versatility of my deck based on the nations I select?
Exactly.
So Ollie, let's wrap some things up with you then. What are you most looking forward to during the cast of the KO Singleton tournament on Sunday?
To be honest, I'm most looking forward to just seeing all the different decks and cards that people are bringing. Right, this is what I really like about these kind of alternative format tournaments. You never really know what kind of gameplay you're going to get, and I feel like every time we do this, someone discover something new, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I think when we did like the Battle of Britain or Battle of Moscow, where we had all mono decks and that kind of stuff, people were like, "Hey, there's actually like a British health buff deck here that only includes like 2 cards from an ally nation that would be really really good on ladder." And I think J King like went and played 20 games of it and won 19 or something, right? And it was a deck that he'd never built before, but because he kind of went down that thought process of making a full British deck, it kind of, I would say, slightly changed his approach and opened up new possibilities. And I think that's what these top players can do when they're presented with a challenge like Singleton or Pauper or something like that. And that's what I really enjoy seeing. I enjoy seeing the creativity when I look at the deck list, but then I want to see it in play as well, right? How are they actually piloting the deck, knowing that they don't have, another death from above to back them up or another removal of that kind, right? Like, how do you prioritize when you use it and that kind of stuff? That's the level of play that I'm really looking forward to in that cast.
And I think that's where, you see some of these players who are really at a high level. Building your deck is one thing. Knowing what nations to bring is another. Looking at the opponent's deck list, knowing what to ban, and then being able to actually execute on that strategy are all really one thing stacked on top of the other. I asked Berto Burrito after he won Cards Open 4, what one thing really won you this tournament? And he said there's no one thing. So it's really that combination of everything together that allow you to get that leg up on your opponents. So I did this before the Cards Open 4. I had Bubbles and Darkness give me their predictions of who was going to take it all home, and Bubbles actually called it. So Darkness, this is your chance to redeem yourself. Ollie, this is your chance to get in on the action. Who is going to win Cards Open Singleton?
That's a good question. Oh,
Yes, that's a very, very good question. Well, of course, I'm cheering for my teammate Wild Eyes.
Mm-hmm.
The only member of Team Ambitious Moves who didn't won any tournament yet. So I'm cheering for him, but I would bet on spoos. Not only because he was the only undefeated guy in the previous round of Singleton, but I saw him recently playing a lot of cards. He joined Team Radiant Gaming, and looking at his deck list, I know from that he's very well prepared for that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Wild Eyes, to your point as well, Darkness is due, finishing regularly on the top end, and maybe hasn't taken that tournament home yet, but is definitely due and on the edge. And I am seeing, a little bit of a trend, Darkness. This is the second time you have selected the undefeated competitor from the Swiss. So I don't know if you're going with the easy answer, but let's see if you can pull it out this time. So what about you, Ollie? What are you thinking?
I think Darkness is making a good bet here when he's betting on spoos. I think spoos is one of those players that has probably spent among the most amount of time in the game thinking about standard and limited decks and kind of cheap budget decks to climb into Field Marshal and that kind of stuff before the changes hit. So I think he definitely has a lot of experience in terms of finding those fairly common cards that work well together. But I got to go with my boy GK Sukov. We got to know each other a little bit when he was competing in the World Championship here on 2019. I came over to Iceland. Absolutely fantastic dude. I'm so happy to see him back in the game and see him back, deep in a tournament. That I kind of, I kind of have this. I have his flag here next to me, right, from the 2019 World Championship, right? So he's got the British flag. So I'm rooting for my boy GK Sukov here.
Awesome. Well, thank you, gentlemen, both so much for coming and hanging out on the War Room. You can see the top 8 Singleton cast live by Ollie and Darkness this Sunday on the Cards official Twitch page. Thank you again, gentlemen. As I mentioned, you'll be able to see more of Darkness and Ollie at the end of this broadcast in just a few moments, where they will break down all of the top 8 action for Cards Open Singleton. If you missed this one, no big deal. We have a ton of tournament action coming up for you over the coming months, so don't miss your chance to get in on it. The next series of tournaments is actually going to be something really interesting. We're calling it Cards Blitz. That is going to be a week-long event where you're going to get a chance to participate in small single elimination tournaments for your chance to qualify and get onto the big stage. Stay tuned to 983 and Cards official social media to get all the information coming up later this week. Until then, please enjoy the top 8. Ollie, Darkness, over to you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Cards Open Singleton. My name is Ólafur Hrafn Steinarsson, also known as Ole Krummi, and with me, seemingly as always, we're doing a lot of casting together now. Darkness is Darkness. Welcome. How are you doing?
Thank you very much, Ollie. I'm doing good, and yeah, I do like it, and spending time with you. Well, my girlfriend is already getting a little jealous, so we need to schedule a little bit more in her favor.
Okay. I'm fine. I'm fine with shared custody. It's fine. I'm down to share. But thank you so much for joining us. It's going to be an awesome tournament that we have here today. We're of course doing the Cards Open Singleton. This is one of the special format tournaments where we're kind of trying out new formats. For anybody wondering, in Singleton, you can only bring one copy of each card. Of course, in Cards, you have 4 copies of standard cards, 3 of limited, 2 of specials, and then 1 of the elite ones. So if you're bringing a standard card, you can only bring 1 of that set. At the kind of top level, Darkness, what does that change in the decks that you're able to bring and kind of how you approach playing this tournament?
Well, this is very different from constructed, like playing on ladder. You are only able to fit in 1 single card of each copy, so you have basically 39 different cards, and it's very hard to make a specific idea, to make a specific deck around this, like Alpine, like Brit Air, like J Aggro. It's very hard to make a deck like that, so it's more general ideas. We saw in the previous rounds, for example, a lot of US Brit control and ramp, and vice versa, Brit US with the same idea based on these main nation and what are the strengths of these of these nations. And by the way, Brit US was the first singleton. Brit US was the winning game list, so it's not a surprise that people bring this up again. And talking about the way these deck ideas are going to be built, going to be played, it's more like draft than constructed, you know. In draft, you pick the best cards possible and going to try to have as much value cards as possible to trade in your favor. And I'm expect to see that instead of playing around a combo, collecting some pieces. I'm expect to see people going for value trades, going to try to trade 2 for 1 and winning the game by this control matchup, by this board domination.
Yeah, that definitely makes a lot of sense. And comparing it to draft, I think, makes a lot of sense as well. Of course, in draft, you can get multiple copies of each card, but it kind of follows that same principle that you talk about, right? Like we're going for more high value units. But let's take a look at the action that we have in front of us here today. If we take a look at the bracket, we had the top 16. Advancing from that was Spoos versus Diogenesis, John PX versus Vinnie. Then we have Wild Eyes versus Dynamo D. Unfortunately, Dynamo had to withdraw from the competition due to a family emergency, and we wish him all the best and hope everything is good on that front. And then finally, we have Avalon versus GK Sukov. So we're going to be looking at 3 of these quarterfinal matches. We have 1 semifinal match. Unfortunately, the other one did get corrupted due to some technical issues. And then, of course, we have the finals. We're going to be starting with Spoos versus Diogenesis. What do you think about that matchup?
This is an interesting matchup. Both players are Germans, and Spoos is another caster, and he's well known in the and another streamer, well known in the cards community, and played a lot of matches and is always in maybe top 30 on the ladder. While Diogenesis is also a good player, regularly seen in my matches in the top 100, and he was participating in some tournaments as well. This is going to be a good match, and of course, Spoos joined recently Team Radiant Gaming, so this is the first team member we are going to see today.
Yeah, that's a good point. And he talked about that in the war room, how much it matters to have someone to practice against before these kind of special rules tournaments, because you aren't really able to practice these singleton decks on ladder. You would just get absolutely crushed. So let's take a look at the decks that these guys are bringing and get into the action as soon as we can. Wow, these are long lists. We're not
Yeah,
used to
these
seeing.
are very long lists. I looked all of these lists previously to prepare myself a little, because it's very hard to find the idea with 39 different cards. But as I mentioned before, these are more ideas. And if you take a look at his first deck list, this is US Britain, and you do see some RAM cards, you do see some control cards. And of course the value cards like the US bombers, B-17, Avenger, and high altitude bombing. So this is a slow deck with high value, and very similar to the next deck list, British US. It's like vice versa. You're seeing some more control aspects of the Britons, but of course the ramp with warbonds, ramp value, the Mustang, the bomber B-17, and the high value British cards like Lancaster and carpet bombing. And his third deck list is different from that. If you look at this list, you will see German, Britain, and you are seeing actually some discard like these order. You use 375, I think. It's very small. And you see a lot of removal, like tactical strike, rule out the enemy, even flame panzer. So this is more an removal and value and draw denied deck. Clearly focused to be strong against aggressive decks.
Yeah, and I think when you're going through these decks, we get a really good idea of what we were talking about earlier. You know, what are these cards that are these high value cards, like the Flampanzer, like the Avenger, like the B-17s. You know, cards that have built-in 2-for-1 trades most of the time are really prominent here. Let's take a look at what Diogenesis is bringing to the table. He is bringing a very similar set of decks. Darkness.
Yeah, it's very, very similar. So his main nations and side nations are basically the same. He's bringing Brit US value 2, a little less ramp, but definitely these value from the US with we can do it and the alliance. So he's a little more focused on buffing the units, but in general this is just similar. And his Britain US deck is also very similar and focused on draw deny and removal. And his US Brit deck is also control and ramp, high value. It's I can't add something new here. It's the same.
No, I mean, and that makes sense as well, right? I mean, you don't have an unlimited amount of high value cards in every nation. So, I mean, these are all good players. They all know what cards are good. It's not a surprise that we have the same, let's say, 35 cards or whatever, making it into the deck list.
Exactly, Ollie, exactly. When I prepared myself for the first test singleton with J King, we both chose Brit US and threw all the good cards in it, and it was different by 4 or 5 cards.
Exactly. So let's jump into the action. Let's see how the matches between Spoos and Diogenesis went. We are going to be going into it. The Brit decks were both banned. I think that makes a ton of sense as well. There's so many high value units there. But let's see how this one plays out. Germany versus Germany.
Both banning Brit is interesting. Well, Brit is maybe the strongest deck overall, but in this matchup, maybe Ramp will be a little bit stronger because Brit US is usually strong against US Brit is usually strong against Brit US, but well, they banned the same deck lists. Let's see how they are performing here. And spoos choose US against diogenesis with Germany. And
Sorry.
spoos is actually second. This is huge for him. And of course, he chose to pick the convoy and mobilization. So he is having a lot of card war. This is very important because Diogenesis' main win condition is to control the amount of the cards of Spoo's hand. Because all the cheap removal will towards the enemy and Flame Panzer will not be amazing against US value. From this start, Spoo's start is looking favored here in this matchup, but let's see. Diogenesis.
Okay, finds the errata there. That's pretty good. That daylight bombing can definitely help him slow down Spoos a little bit. What I'm looking at right now in Diogenesis' hand with the Black Watch plus the daylight bombing, that could really quickly become a problem or an annoyance for Spoos, considering how many orders he has in hand.
Definitely. Spoos didn't find any RAM card yet, so he's not able to roll into this ramp and credit advantage. And with this daylight bombing reducing even more and holding Spoos back in terms of credits could hurt Spoos a lot because he's having a lot of high cost cards in his deck. Even without the Black Watch, this will take a while to use them.
Yeah, and I mean, I strongly expect Diogenesis to just play the daylight bombing and then the Black Watch. I think that's the best two turns that he has. Spoos is going to have that hit. What is that? 4 orders in his hand, more than likely. Four orders. So that's going to be plus 8 credits that his hand is going to cost, and he's already been shorted 1 credit spot. So he's 2 credits behind Diogenesis right now, and his hand's being decimated. So tough spot here from Spoos kind of right off the bat.
Definitely. But as long as Diogenesis is not having a lot of threats, Spoos is still very safe in his position, as you can see. Blackwatch and Arado, they can't even beat the Stereo Regiment.
That's true. And that's also the thing, right? Is, as much as we can talk about the hand cards and how that matters and how these kind of credit manipulations can sometimes be annoying, but Spoos already got some good cards out. Opting for the Cadet and Nurse Corps only really fixing up the Commando there. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, he had 9 cards, so he had to play something, and only the Jesco wouldn't be that strong because against Germany they are Sudden Strike, they are Flame Panzer, would die very, very quickly. And he's just looking at his credit efficiency, healing the number 1 commando, buffing both units. That is actually huge because Diogenesis could kill without the enemy the number 1 commando. And number 1 commando is a very valuable card here because this unit is able to kill everything he's damaging, and with this buff he's able to pierce heavy armor like the Penta G and Penta A. So this is a very important unit in this matchup, and you definitely want to keep that number 1 commando alive.
He then opts to go and play the 101st Airborne there, puts the damage on the FW-190 airplane there. And at first I was like, why isn't he playing the 101st Airborne inside the guard? But then I, of course, realized that if Diogenesis were to try and attack with the FW, he would, of course, just die to the ambush. So that 101st Airborne is fairly secure where he is right now.
And now the fighter is not able to just hit the East Area Regiment and survive because he's having 3 damage as well, and Spoos is running strategic bombing and carpet bombing. If he top decks that, he can clear this dangerous threat, this fighter, very easily. But Penta A is denying the card draw of this turn, and this is another dangerous threat here. It's
Looks
just a
like-
5/5 body with Penta A, but Spoos still has the smoke-screened commando.
Yeah, it looks like the smoke screen commando is definitely in a prime position to deal with that Panther A if Diogenesis decides to bring it out from the support line. Of course, he now needs to start moving something out of the support line. He can't deploy anything else there right now with those 4 units blocking it, but not a ton of great options in his hand, really. I mean, yeah, you could, I guess, move up the Blackwatch and play Nebelwerfer or what, Wirbelwind? I don't know. Kind of a tough spot here from Diogenesis. It looks like this is one of those turns where you just want to use your units rather than play some units.
Yeah, and even using them doesn't feel very good for Diogenesis here, because look at that. He just traded into the Easter Regiment. Both are damaged equally, and that is not what you want to do right now. Well, he had to trade. Just moving this tank forward would be dead to him, and he activated Night Hunter, so very powerful German countermeasure.
I think that's a little bit of a questionable Night Hunters, though, with a full support line from Spoos, and if you count it out, right, Spoos would need to use 5 credits if he's going to operate his units, meaning that he's not very likely to be playing more units this turn.
But it's possible. And what else do you want to do? If you would move the Blackwatch to the front, would get easily traded with the number 1 commando, and you don't want to sacrifice your fighter into the 3-2 Easter Regiment, maybe MI5 would be more efficient here, because as you mentioned, the support line was full. He didn't use any unit. But
I guess
if you play against Germany, you know there's something up, like Night Hunters, maybe Careless Talk, from the deep, definitely. These are very powerful countermeasures, so you're looking at the German credits left over, and you're careful with your units, what you're going to play.
Yeah, and Fog of Warring the number 1 commando, and now Spoos effectively having 2 copies of that number 1 commando, which I think is pretty good for him.
It's not, because they are not buffed anymore, and Diogenesis is sitting on a carpet bombing. So if Spoos choose to play both of these, carpet bombing will just kill them. And
There's
this
just
is
a
definitely
huge
what
earthquake in
Diogenesis.
Iceland.
What?
Sorry, there was just a huge earthquake here.
Earthquake.
Yeah, there's been crazy amounts of earthquakes in the past few days.
Oh wow.
Keep going, keep going.
I hope you are safe.
Yes.
So Diogenesis is very happy to use Fog of War here to remove the buff of number 1 commando, to make it less dangerous and an easy target for carpet bombing.
That's a great
Research.
point, actually. I totally didn't realize that. Carpet bombing is, of course, a fantastic answer to these number 1 commandos. So,
Unless they're buffed, but yeah, definitely.
but there's no more Nurse Cadet Corps in the deck for Spoos because you can only have 1. So,
I will check if he's playing We Can Do It, but I'm expect him to run that. Yeah, he's running We Can Do It, so he can find another powerful buff. Very, very strong card. But Spoos already found Expand US Research. If he's going for the Manhattan Project, this can be huge, because Diogenesis is next to the Hani, not having any heal in his deck, and this will be very, very dangerous.
yeah. That's going to be goodbye, Jasko. The Flompons are finding its value, and Diogenesis just going face, putting in a lot of damage there. The Blackwatch coming out is able to protect the HQ a little bit. I wonder if he wants to go for something like the Seaborn Invasion or something to get value out of that, push that Whirlwind back into hand. But
well, Diogenesis choose to go all in to power up, to speed this game up, because he can't allow Spoos to just go for the Manhattan Project and kill all of his units. So he needs to use his threats and go for the headquarter. Spoos on the other side now has to go for the trades. He cleared the Blackwatch with the Hellcat after he killed the Wirbelwind with the number 1 commando, and traded his Corsair into the fighter to kill another random unit. He hit the Nebelwerfer, what is pretty strong, and cleared Diogenesis support line and board very effectively, only leaving 1 Panzer alive. Definitely a good turn here for Spoos in reacting. But as you can see, Diogenesis is having the carpet bombing ready, able to kill 3 units of Spoos and wipe the board, and maybe attacking headquarter again, or setting up 1 countermeasure.
Goes for the root out.
He's choosing to play the root out. I wonder what he's saving the credits for.
Interesting. He's going for root out and comet, and it looks like you're correct. As you talked about earlier, he just wants to now start pouring on the pressure.
I
guess lucky for Spoos, he has Blackwatch. So
yeah, Blackwatch, another guard, very valuable, and he hits carpet bombing and the MI5, so increased credit costs here, while blocking the front line with the number 1 commando.
So okay. Diogenesis is able to punch through the board of Spoos, but not to do anything else this turn.
Not even that, because 9 credits carpet bombing, he could only move the Flam Panzer to the front. So he just traded into this number 1 commando, cleared that, attacked into the Blackwatch, and activated from the deep.
That is an excellent top tech there from Spoos, finding the C4 Highlanders. That's going to keep him safe from the Comet. And because of the attack buff that they get on his turn, it means that the Comet can't. No, the from the deep!
Well, I saw that coming. I really hoped he played Albacore before, because Diogenesis left 2 credits open. And now it doesn't make any sense to play the Albacore again.
I thought he would play the Albacore first as well. I just automatically assumed, but man, from the deep, finding the value, and now a Leopold in hand for Diogenesis and the Comet. This is starting to look pretty dangerous for Spoos.
It's looking dangerous, of course, but Spoos is very close to the Manhattan Project as well. So this will be a huge final. He discarded the a few good mans, but Spoos got the M for a 1 because of the discard effect. Pretty good card against any discard mechanics. And Diogenesis activated the Night Hunters. So the next unit Spoos is going to deploy is dead again.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, he is close to getting the Manhattan Project, but it still would take him this turn, and then he has to activate it next turn. And with no guard on the board to protect him from the Comet, Diogenesis would just finish him off in those 2 turns. So what do you do now if you're Spoos? Do you play the Seaport Invasion and hope? Do you try and do draws? Do you spend 7 credits on a mobilization here?
Looks like he's spending 7 credits to draw another guard. Would be very good for him to find something because he's running very low. But as a tier 3 research of the US, penicillin is healing you for 6 and drawing 4 cards.
Yep.
This is another very, very powerful research. Not a lot of people are using this because Manhattan Project has the cooler animation. But as he's running low on HP, he definitely considering penicillin.
Ooh, Grenadier Guards coming off the top deck there. Yeah, I mean, you're correct. He has to be thinking penicillin here. But he can only do either one. He can either play the Grenadier Guards or he can play the penicillin. Is there any way that it makes sense for him to take the chance of playing the Gren Guards here, or would you always use the penicillin and know that you're putting yourself outside of comet range next turn?
That is hard. He already run into both countermeasures who are triggering this, and well, he just drops the Grenadier Guards. I would have checked because 3 credits are left over for airstrike. But is this open? Is this open deck lists? Okay, so he knows there are no countermeasures left, and he just drops the Grenadier Guards. I would go for this play too. Just dropping the guard to have some units on the board you're able to buff with penicillin the next turn while healing yourself. This is the way you're going to win here. If you're just going to heal your HQ and allowing Diogenesis to hit again for Comet, this is like a wasted buff.
Yeah, and now, of course, the Leopold is just sitting and waiting in the hand of Diogenesis, and I'm wondering if we're going to see it played here. Feels like one of the best plays for him. Yep, looks like that's going to be coming out. And now a ton of pressure on the board here for Diogenesis. Spoos effectively has to find out, how can I deal with that Leopold, get that out of here, and play a guard unit so that I'm able to defend against that Comet next turn.
Well, he's having the Albacore, so he can pin the Leopold and stop him from attacking, and he finds. And we can do it actually very nice. So he can play Grenadier Guards and the we can do it to buff his HQ and the 2 units on the board. He could play another tank or 2 more units as well, but it's a very dangerous position here because Diogenesis could have and retreat. Let me check if he's running this retreat tank.
Oh, and then there's the air defense.
Yes, the air defense can be huge actually. This is like the only card what is able to stop the Comet. And
and with the 1 damage on the Leopold, it would also kill the Leopold.
Yes, definitely very strong. So
B17 off the top there for Spoos. But I mean, it definitely feels way too risky to play that now.
Why not?
Why
not? Dropping the B17, there's a 66% chance, 67, to kill Leopold or the East Surrey Regiment, and if he's killing one of them, the air defense would kill the Leopold if the East Surrey Regiment is surviving. This would be risky because Diogenesis could sacrifice just his Comet. So Spoos is going for the safe play here and activating penicillin. And losing Lend-Lease and Honey.
It's not terrible. It's not terrible.
It's not terrible, no.
But
Definitely not.
look at how big those Grenadier guards have gotten. 516 right now in the backline there for Spoos. He's gotten his HQ back up to 12 HP, but that Leopold, of course, can shoot past the guard and can hit the HQ.
Oh, the MI5 just sends the air defense back to the hand, allowing Leopold to hit the headquarter. Incredible.
That was absolutely huge. Man, MI5 MVP of this game, man. And now Spoos is back into a little bit of a rough spot. Well, I guess he can play. Yeah, he can play the half track.
No, he could. Oh, what is he doing? He
could've
could
retreated the
send back
Grenadiers.
Grenadier Guards, kill the Easterry Regiment, and drop B-17 on
Yes.
the Leopold. This would be a good play, I might say.
But it looks like he's going for the air defense play. He's just banking on the fact that Diogenesis shoots first with the Leopold. If Diogenesis plays the Comet and attacks it into the Gren Guards, the game's over.
Yes. And
It looks like that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, GG. Oh, a sad misplay here, but congratulations to Diogenesis. He played very well, and he was most of the time in quite a rough situation here with not a lot of cards and options. But he considered his moves well, and he's leading 1-0.
Yeah, man, what an intense game that was, and it was just. I felt like Spoos was really winning it. He was winning it back, but man, it was a tough situation to be in.
Yeah, of course. You're playing in this tournament. You know, this is with prizes. This is with viewers and some casting. This is different from just playing a game of cards in the evening. And now we are going to see the mirror matchup. US-Britain against US-Britain. And Spoos is starting first. 2 cards left, but on the credit advantage. And he is having a war machine able to use this turn 2. This will lead into a great credit advantage here in the early game.
I think it's also absolutely huge that he's able to get probably that M4A1 out on turn 4. That's going to be a little bit, of course, makes it a little bit tougher to play that M4A1 and get value out of it when the commando comes out, but
M4A1 turn 3 is definitely very powerful, but not that powerful if the number 1 commando is able to trade 1-for-1 against that. That's right, Ollie. But Spoos is still having the credit advantage and able to Blackwatch or play mobilization to get the card advantage. Oh no, he's just going to establish his board presence by moving the number 1 commando to the front. You don't want to see that at all. Definitely not. You don't want to play against number 1 commando in the front. If Diogenesis wants to trade here, he needs to use his own number 1 commando, very valuable card. Well, it would be 1-for-1, so this wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a 1-for-1, but if he leaves it up and Spoos gets a chance to attack into the East Surrey, then it's going to be a 2-for-1, right? So he's kind of forcing his hand to trade there.
Yes, he is. And now Diogenesis choose to not use the US military research, but to block the front line. That is interesting. Let me check if Spoos is running Sherman.
I feel like even if he is running a single Sherman, I don't think you should be playing around it that much. I feel like there's probably enough draw in the deck that you shouldn't really be worrying about just the single Sherman and blocking the front line.
He's not running Sherman. So it's...
Ooh, we're now seeing Spoos have a pretty beefy backline there, but there's both an Avenger and a B-17 in the hand for Diogenesis. So he also has a we can do it. He's got a strat bomb, a strategic bombing, and a death from above. A lot of ways to kind of deal with the board here from Spoos. Not quite the same amount of answers in Spoos' hand at the moment. I guess what could be huge for Spoos here is if he does play that Blackwatch and it starts hitting those orders, but.
Yeah, this would hurt Diogenesis a lot because carpet bombing, military research, death from above, we can do it, and strat bombing are 5 very valuable orders, and you definitely want to use them. Increasing these credit costs would hurt him a lot, while Spoos is still having 1 credit advantage and a lot of card draw with Lend-Lease and the Kessliner. And having a Grenadier Guards on the board and not even able for Diogenesis to play Avenger next turn, it would be very safe for him to just deploy this bomber right now.
You remember the good old days when Avenger was 7 credits?
Yeah, this was a very powerful card. Maybe you can buff this Avenger. Feels a little weak after that nerf.
Well, I mean, you're not going to say that when Diogenesis plays it into turns and just annihilates that grand card.
Playing a few good men here, another very, very powerful card, because in this high value matchup you want to get another incredible powerful unit, but Spoos doesn't got another Kessliner or something like Pershing. He chooses another Jesko. What is a very, very interesting decision. Well, his headquarter will not take any damage soon with that guard and double Jesko. I wonder why he chooses that. Well, he's running 1 Bolts of the Ranks, and Jesko plus Bolts of the Ranks is pretty dangerous.
No damage allowed to the HQ here from Spoos. I think this is pretty hilarious. Double Jasko, you don't see that a lot in cards, but wondering here what. There's also the U.S. research. If you went like penicillin or something, then the Jaskos would quickly become a pretty big thing that you could block the front line with and do some sneaky things.
Would be 8 damage, would be 8 HP, but there are 2 US main nations, so maybe we are going to see some US research and Manhattan projects coming here.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is the card draw of Kessliner. And Spoos sending back the Lend-Lease, he definitely don't need to draw 4 more cards. Yes, Kessliner is giving you 2 additional cards at your turn, so you're drawing 3 cards, but you have to choose 1 card and put this back on top of your deck. Very interesting mechanic, very powerful mechanic to get more options, to get more card draw. Choose Spoos just going to kill this Easter Regiment and activating air defense here, looks like.
Spoos got so much value out of those Grenadier cards, I was going to say, and even with Diogenesis, trading into them, that he manages to clear the board and get into a pretty dominant position again. But the carpet bombing, that's going to hurt.
Yeah, it's at least clearing the front line, killing the Hellcat, and damaging the back line. Spoos right now don't have cadet nerfs or any buffs, so next turn Diogenesis is able to play strategic bombing and clear the backline. But Spoos just activating Seaborn Invasion to get 2 units into the front line and threatening Diogenesis here with additional damage to his headquarter. He's in a kind of dangerous position here. Sure, he can clear the backline, but this will only kill 2 Jeskos and Kessliner already did a great job and draws Spoos a lot of cards.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I was just, feeling envious of Spoos watching him play with that Catalina out there, always recycling the Lend-Lease. It's pretty good that you know that there's a card that will draw you 4 cards at the top of your deck just waiting for you, and you're somehow still able to get past it and get the cards that really matter. So a lot of value from that Catalina for Spoos.
Yeah, Catalina is such an amazing card. It's like you're getting 3 cards, mostly up to 7, 8, or 9 hand cards, and you're able to choose the card you don't need this turn, but you're definitely going to draw the next turn. So it's like having an additional hand card because you know what you're getting. That is pretty cool. Diogenesis is choosing to draw some cards here and removing 2 cards. Unlucky he didn't get the ambush guy, the 4-3 infantry regiment in the front, and Spoos is able to just go for the research to threaten, to build up more options for him to finish this game. Next turn he's able to go for the Manhattan Project while he's currently having lethal on board. Diogenesis has to deal with that as well.
And he doesn't have a ton of options to do that, right? He's got the B-17 that's going to be able to kill it. He's got the half track that can push it back into the support line and delay the damage a little bit. Looks like he's going to be playing the the honey, and then We Can Do It here. That's going to bump him back up to 7 HP. But again, that pressure from Spoos, he's threatening that Manhattan Project, and the Manhattan Project, that's going to be 10 damage. So
each 10 damage each, and he's getting 2. So 20 damage is not easy to deal with if your headquarter is below 10 HP. Sure, he got the honey and he played the We Can Do It, but Spoos just deploying 1 unit, moving to the front and playing the research to get those 2 Manhattan Project. Even with We Can Do It or any HP buff, Diogenesis is probably not able to heal for 12 within the next 2 turns, but he just drew the Black Watch in... Wait, no, did he drew this or did he have it all the time?
He just drew the Black Watch.
He just drew the Black Watch.
Both the Manhattan Projects up to 14. And yeah, I mean, Spoos has the ability to get up to 14 credits, but he needs to find those ramp cards. He's got one in hand
already. He has
he's got both of them
in his hand.
He's got the milk truck there as well. I didn't see it.
This is going to be interesting. What is Diogenesis going to do here? He knows Spoos is having the research, so he has to play the Black Watch, and he's trading.
Okay.
And blocking the front line as well. So how is Spoos reacting? He missed that Conroy overthrew. That doesn't matter at all. He has 9 cards. So Spoos could double ramp, but he's looking to clear the board.
I like
of course. Cadet Nurse, Penicillin, these cards, these buff cards are too dangerous. So just ramping for 1 card, clearing the board is a safe way to go. And
he's getting closer. He's getting closer. He's just got to use that carrier cover to get that last credit and survive so that he can use one of those 14 credits Manhattan Projects, and that's going to be game. And I have still a hard time to see how Diogenesis, is going to get back, but you never know.
If Diogenesis is running daylight bombing, he could reduce another credit slot before Spoos is able to use them. Let me check that.
Ooh, yeah, he's also used his strategic bombing, so that won't help him either.
Strategic bombing will not help him, but strategic bombing of Spoos will help Spoos to clear the board again, able to ramp, and Diogenesis.
He's too far off. I mean, when he traded with the Honey in the backline, he could have went into the second stage of research for US. So he could have worked his way to penicillin by now. But he opted to do the trade, and it was kind of a caught between a rock and a hard place situation for him. Either he trades or he leaves it on the board, and the pressure is a little bit too much. But it looks like this is going to be all she wrote. Spoos is going to finish off Diogenesis here in game number 2 with the Manhattan Project. The nuke hits the board, -10 on everything, and Spoos takes game number 2. Currently 1-1. Both players winning with separate decks. Spoos winning with his US deck and Diogenesis with his German deck. So we're going to see Spoos' German deck against Diogenesis' US deck here in game number 3.
Oh, this is interesting. Because Diogenesis won the first game with his German deck against Spoos US. So this is vice versa now. Spoos with German and Diogenesis with US. I thought US is a little favorite here, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's see how these. Wait a second.
Yeah, looks like we've had a slight technical hiccup here. So you're just gonna have to make do with listening to our beautiful voices while we look at the bracket. But when you're looking at these games that we've seen so far, I mean, I feel like these are, they're slightly slower games that we're maybe used to from a lot of the other tournaments. Like you talk about, they're kind of really on these high value cards, but when it comes down to it, it's still, I feel like the games are still being decided on 1 or 2 plays being made. I feel like they're still really, really close, and that's what I'm kind of surprised and happy about here is how well the game kind of holds up in the Singleton format.
Yeah, of course. All players figured out some very strong decks, actually. And we are just seeing live some.
We're seeing the end of game number 2 here while we catch up to where we were earlier. We're just going to be jumping straight from this one into the last match of the series once this finishes. So this is like the instant replay. Maybe we can fast forward a little bit further. Yes, almost there. Guys, it's happening. It is happening. And there we go. We're about to head on into game number 3 here between Spoos and Diogenesis. Who is going to make it into the semifinals? Who's going to be our first semifinalist? Which one of the Germans? Spoos rocking the Mauser there on the awesome breakthrough battlefield. And it's going to be Spoos repping his home nation against Diogenesis USA deck.
Spoos holding the daylight bombing and thinking about holding night hunters. Well, definitely a strong countermeasure here, but it's kind of obvious if you leave 4 credits left unspended that you activated some form of countermeasure. So now we are going to see Diogenesis' hand as well. He is having the house trade.
That is a rough hand.
Yeah. Both players are not able to do a lot in this early stage. And US is, like the first game, second again. So Spoos is not having the card advantage. What he's definitely aiming for to get some discard effects, to get some value out of these discarding draw deny cards and getting an advantage here in terms of option and cards on his hand. Diogenesis not even activated the air defense, and Spoos just activated the Night Hunters. Is Diogenesis dropping something
I mean,
good
of
into here?
course.
P40.
And this is the best. I think, honestly, for Spoos, this is the best target that he could have gotten with those Night Hunters, because he definitely would not want to be deploying units into that P40 from turn 4.
That's true. That is very true. Spoos could have played the daylight bombing to reduce Diogenesis credits like he did in the first game towards Spoos, but getting this P40 killed was definitely a very good play for Spoos here. Now he's able to choose between the 6 credit FW or the Panzer A or the Panther A or this Panzer 4 F2. A lot of high value 6 credit cards. He's just sending back the C-Force Highlander, causing an overdraw to Diogenesis.
I really like that play from him. He did have the option of denying the draw, but I think he was right to recognize that, retreating the unit and also, thinking about what can Diogenesis play here. A lot of the cards around the 6 to 9 credit mark that are really, really powerful for US or airplanes or air units, and having that Whirlwind Whirlwind in the front line will mean that they enter the battlefield pin. So I definitely like his choice of the retreat over the draw denial.
Of course, because retreating and blocking the hand is like draw deny without using a draw deny, and having the tempo advantage of the retreat effect. Top players are usually looking to make that happen, and Diogenesis played some ramp, activated the air defense. Whirlwind got killed, but this should be fine for Spoos. It's a fair 1-for-1 trade while he is able to attack into the headquarter. Now to choose between the U-16 Sudden Strike and Panzer 3H, choosing the Panzer 3H because it's just the most valuable card here. Definitely, you are able to deploy and tank and looking for another card to choose. Very powerful card. How is Diogenesis responding here? There's a 5-5 tank in the front line attacking his headquarter. He should find something to deal with that. At least deploying the C-Force Highlander to guard this HQ.
Yeah, I like this play. Playing the C4 there and the Catalina. If the Catalina manages to survive, you have pretty good card draw for the coming turns, and you might be able to kind of effectively draw into something that lets you deal really well with the board state here from Spoos. But we're also looking at Diogenesis' hand. He has all those really, really expensive things in hand, and as we go deeper into the game, Diogenesis' hand becomes better. The Pershing starts being able to come to play, the B-17. So I think, Spoos right now, he's got everything that he wants or needs to really be able to deal with this game. But if he doesn't start putting the pressure on, I think Diogenesis has a chance to bring it back.
Definitely. And this is the basic explanation of this matchup, with a lot of control and value elements from Spoos' side, with German, British, against the powerful US, British ramp and control cards. You're right, Ollie. And now we are going to see some card draw from the Kesseliner here. Spoos targeted this bomber to deal some damage, to kill this as soon as possible, not having the right cards available right now. And Diogenesis draws 3 cards and is now choosing one card he don't need. It's a convoy. Yeah, that makes sense. He don't need to draw 2 additional cards. He is already at 8. So in order to prevent some overdraw next turn, he has to deploy or to use at least 2 more cards, and even this is not
Well,
even
he's not able
possible
to.
anymore.
He's not able to. I mean, surely he's going to just play the M4A1 here. That's the most pressure he can put on board. It is a tank, meaning that it is able to move up across the battlefield and attack next turn. I mean, I guess he could have also done something like play the half track and push the East Surrey back into hand, but I quite like just getting the pressure on the board here. If you're Diogenesis, you need to get something on the board that can deal with these units from spoos.
Yes, that's right. And of course, blocking the front line to prevent spoos from moving his units up. Spoos just played the Panzer 3H, got the Black Watch, while Diogenesis is having only one order on the board, but now he is able to attack into this bomber because the C4 Highlander is sitting in the front, allowing him to finally clear that Casliner. Well, at least Diogenesis is not overdrawing one card here, but it's definitely a wise decision to clear that bomber because this effect is just very, very powerful.
I mean, Diogenesis has some pretty beefy boys in hand, right? That Spitfire, that B-17, the Pershing, the Corsair, they're all really, really powerful cards.
And
I think,
expensive.
and expensive, yeah. But I think right now this is a critical part of the game. Is how these next few turns are going to play, and I like this combo. He gets a lot of power on the board here.
Yes, Diogenesis just needed some time to be able to use his high cost, high value cards. But Spoos top decked and Sky Baron's able to kill that 6 credit Spitfire with a 4 credit card while drawing another card and deploying Penta A, causing and draw deny for Diogenesis. This was a pretty strong turn for Spoos here.
By far the best card. By far the best card that he could have gotten off the top of his deck there.
Yes, that top deck was just amazing. And now it looks maybe a little favorite for Spoos, at least that last turn, but it's still very close. Both players are having high value cards, both players are having board presence and full hands. This is going to be an intense game. Diogenesis is choosing here to send back the East Surrey Regiment and pressuring himself and blocking the front line. Interesting choice.
Definitely interesting choice. Spoos going forward with the research, but he's got a full hand now, so I wonder if he's just going to be dropping the Black Watch or opting to go for the East Surrey and then possibly operating his units a little bit.
Maybe just attacking once into the East Surrey Regiment. Definitely something. Yeah, I wonder why he didn't play the Black Watch. To hit some cards, but Diogenesis didn't have a lot of cards in his hand, reducing the potential amount of cards to increase order costs. And Diogenesis hitting and huge strategic bombing, hitting 4 units and the headquarter and 1 credit, of course.
And he's able to trade out everything.
Yeah, that's just a lot, but he didn't draw some cards, and Spoos is now able to play the U-boat. But is he going to do that?
It feels a little bit risky, given the amount of damage that's on board here. He can't target the M4A1, so there's going to be at least 6 damage left on board. and it will take up his whole turn. So I would feel a little bit apprehensive about doing that. But from the Sky Barons earlier, he pulled the Admiral Hipper, and that's something that I didn't really get a chance to talk about. But I thought that was also a huge top deck from the Sky Barons, because it means that he's able to deal with the board like he did, but he could have even used it earlier. Oof.
Admiral Hipper definitely a strong card, preventing credit gain and a card draw while retreating an unit to the owner's hand. You can even play this on your own units, like playing Blackwatch, getting it back, playing Blackwatch again against an order deck. Very powerful sometimes.
Yeah.
Or denying even more cards with taking back your Panther A. Spoos choose to trade into the M41. Definitely a good decision here, because an untargetable unit is hard to deal with, I might say. But I guess now we are seeing some U-boat action. He's able to trade into the half-track and killing the Corsair after that. So the destruction effect is not causing any damage, and Diogenesis is losing Seaborn Invasion, Pershing, and his card draw.
Ooh.
I feel he should have played the Convoy earlier to have more cards, knowing about the U-boat.
Yeah, and now look at his hand. He's only got the Avenger B-17, and he doesn't want to play either of them onto an empty board here from Spoos. So he's just moving up the C4th and passing 11 credits.
But Spoos is having Annihilation. He's able to kill the C4th Highlander with that, and reducing another card of Diogenesis. This is very, very tough for Diogenesis, and very good looking for Spoos. He's trying to discard something with U375, but this is only discarding any 5 credit or less card. Diogenesis is not having this, but he lost his B-17. It's a better bomber here.
Yeah, and Spoos, he finds from the deep as well, meaning that he can proc that after his next turn. So whatever Diogenesis wants to come out with to deal with that Tiger is going to get killed. But the Avenger, it's going to use the deployment effect first, right?
Yes. So the Avenger is able to kill that Tiger, i.e. at least you get the deployment effect. You're trading 2 for 1. You're getting the countermeasure and the tank down. Very, very powerful Avenger here. But Spoos is having a lot of options. He's still able to play an FW to set up a fighter, drawing an additional card, and maybe choosing the Panther. Yeah.
Ooh. That is huge.
The Panther G, that is. Diogenesis is drawing the research. He could deploy the Pershing, but he would be dead in 2 turns. He could go for the research.
So, I mean, this is a tough spot for him. I mean, he could get depth charges, smoke screen his HQ, get up to 13 credits, then play the Pershing and move it to the front line next turn. But with the amount of power that's on board here for Spoos, I highly doubt that he would ever be allowed to actually do that.
Yeah, Spoos is having 2 big units on the board, and it's hard to deal with that. Diogenesis just drops the Pershing, but Spoos is able to send that Pershing back and take into the headquarter. After moving the Panther G to the front, Diogenesis needs a miracle here. And he's drawing Warbonds. He is able to protect his headquarter with depth charges.
Yeah.
I believe is this card called Tier 1 Research. And able to play Warbonds to gain additional credits and card draw. But at the same time, he can't use air power to kill the Panther G.
No, And he's just delaying the inevitable, right? Every turn that passes, Spoos is just getting a bigger and bigger foothold on the board. And with Diogenesis not deploying any units or getting anything out that's going to be able to deal with these units on board from Spoos, I think his days are numbered here.
Well, you never know. He's able to draw 2 additional cards and causing 2 damage to something, to the headquarter. Maybe a desperate play here. Spoos finding MI5, able to prevent 1 card draw here. Drawing a Leopold, not helping him that much. And
Panzerzug!
the Panzerzug.
Oh.
He's choosing to build up even more pressure. Not able to attack here. Maybe moving more units to the front. Maybe just passing 2 turns.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point it's very, 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 very unlikely that Diogenesis will find anything. We can do it.
We can do it. He can draw another card and buffing his HP up to 10, while Spoos is having 6, 12, 20 damage on the board.
Ooh.
Able
to
pin something. No, it's still way too much damage.
Yep, and that's gonna be it. That's gonna be all she wrote. Because Spoos didn't go for the troll and took the Panzerzug, he has the how would you pronounce those infantry?
Fallschirmjäger.
Fallschirmjäger. Yeah, the Fallschirmjäger in the front line and is able to end the game. Spoos here wins this series 2-1. Diogenesis makes it all the way into the top 8, but is unfortunately out of the tournament now. So we look at that. We see Spoos has secured himself a spot in the semifinals. Next up, it's going to be the matches between John PX and Vinnie. And I'm ready to keep on going. Darkness, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do it. Let's we could just start by jumping into the decks for these players here, starting by John PX. And where is that flag from?
Belarus, I believe.
Is it? Belarus.
Yes, Belarus. Weißrussland in German. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly in English, but John PX. He's seen a lot in the top 100, definitely a high-ranked player, and participating in some tournaments at least. He's bringing an Brit-US deck, Control Ramp. We already saw these deck lists, but they were getting banned previously in the previous matchup. So a lot of control aspects from British and some ramp mechanics and buff mechanics, and of course value cards. From the US side, the second deck is German-British. We just saw a deck like that 2 times from Spoos and Diogenesis, with some discard effects, a lot of removal effects, and definitely these high value cards like Leopold, like Admiral Hipper, these card draw, deny cards and discard effects. And the third deck is US Brit ramp control with high cost, high value. It's like they copied the decks from each other. They are bringing these same formats again.
We can jump through it relatively quickly, but I mean, I just want to congratulate that flag. It's a really cool flag. Me being a small country Icelandic boy, I'm not well versed enough in the flags of the world. This is the first time I think I've seen this flag, and I think it's really cool. So welcome Belarus to the top 8 of the Cards Open. Singleton.
It's kind of close to Germany. You only need to go through Poland to get there. So I'm familiar with this card. But
there's a joke about there. There's a joke in there, but I'm not going to go there. All right, Vinnie, let's get Vinnie up here.
Well, Vinnie is from the US, and he is bringing a new deck. He's bringing new deck types. That's amazing. I'm grateful for that. I can analyze some new stuff here. Thank you very much, Vinnie. His first deck is US Soviet. Soviet US, sorry. Soviet is having a lot of great control effects and cards like Bloody Sickle, amazing value, and 845th rifles for a lot of heal. Definitely some good cards and removal like Hammer. On top of that, he got the US part with B17 and Avenger, Death from Above, some ramp. This looks like a pretty powerful deck list here. And the second one is new as well. He's bringing a lot of German cards and US cards, but this deck is more aggressive. You can see the credit cost. There are a lot of 1 credit cost card, a lot of 2 credit cost cards, a lot of 3 credit cost cards. And on top of these aggressive tanks, some artillery units, like autocannon, you are seeing some buffs. I think you are seeing some Blitzkrieg. I'm not 100% sure, but you see Cadet Nurse and the Alliance. So this is the first aggressive deck.
Interesting.
And the third deck is British US, like everybody's bringing that deck. 6 of 8 top 8 participants are bringing this British US control ramp deck. So I don't need to add something here.
Yeah, well, I mean, awesome. Huge shout out to Vinnie for bringing something new here, and I can't wait to see how these decks play out in the matches that are coming up here. So let's just jump directly in it. Let's go into the quarterfinals here between John PX and Vinnie, and it was the German deck that was banned away from Vinnie. So we're not going to be seeing that aggressive, weird.
That's so sad.
Singleton deck, right? Yeah, I'm super sad about it. And then the US deck being taken out from John PX. Let's jump out into the game number 1 here and see what these players bring.
So Vinnie is starting with the Soviet deck. Amazing. We are seeing something new here. The Yak, an amazing early card, damaging your headquarter but drawing an additional card. Very powerful here. He didn't choose to keep the counter-offensive. Well, he needs to have a tank or infantry unit. And John PX starting with the Albacore, P40, and Shelling as starting first. What a strong hand from John PX. But he is able to drop turn 2 the Yak and is probably, yes, he's getting an additional card draw out of that.
The Kitty Hawk only hits ground units, so that's why it wasn't able to take out the fighter there in the back line. For anyone wondering.
Yeah, that's true. Well, he can just attack here. Sadly, no guard, no protection against that Kitty Hawk. John PX very happy here to just trade that Yak away from Vinnie. And choosing not to play the Albacore here, he's holding that to make the deployment effect worth it. Ooh, I like this play. Vinnie's choosing counter-offensive to steal the Kitty Hawk and upgrading that with Red Banner to keep that unit.
Yeah, I like that. I think that was an excellent play there from Vinnie. Finding the 2 components that he needs to pull that combo off early on was really good for him. Now, do you go for the ramp here if you're Vinnie, or do you just attack the headquarters?
So you have 2 choices here. You can deploy Warbonds to speed up your credits, or you can deploy these Rangers, setting the operation cost to 0 and starting to pressure. Both are good choices here. And Vinnie just choosing to be more aggressive, definitely reasonable, because he's able to play the 6th Airborne later on to deploy that Blitz tank, and able to kill every guard he's damaging with the Naval Brigade. Mustang is pretty good, is a pretty good answer to that. Just killing the this bomber and leaving Vinnie behind with not a lot of good options. He could draw one card and moving this one up to still pressure.
Yeah.
Interesting choice. I would go for the ramp because getting more ramp in card draw turn 5 is most effective.
Yeah, and I mean that Mustang, it does have 6 attack, and your HQ is only at 17, so it only takes 3 turns for that Mustang to kill you. He finds the 99th Infantry Battalion there, so he's able to retreat that Mustang if he wants, but knowing that the deployment effect of the Mustang would be able to take out his Corsair in the future, that's maybe not what he wants to do. So
he could retreat the Albacore and kill the Mustang with Death from Above. He could retreat the Mustang and just go for some ramp and card draw. This is a little questionable play here, choosing the what is this card name again?
Workers Unite.
Yes, Workers Unite, because he overdraw and only got 1 credit. So Warbonds would be the smarter play here, I might think.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
at least he got the Bloody Sickle, and now he's able to Bloody Sickle something and kill this with Naval Brigade. Pretty powerful.
Yeah, I mean, he also could have played the 99th Battalion first, and then the Workers Unite, and then he wouldn't have overdrawn. But then, of course, he wouldn't have had the opportunity of having credits left over to use any of his drawn cards. So that was kind of probably his decision making there.
And he would overdraw the next card draw, the next turn.
Yeah. Is it
choosing
Death
from Above? He got the lucky 50%, able to play Warbonds on top of that to reach 12 credits next turn, and having 2 additional cards, having 2 card draw on top of 12 credits. John PX a little behind in credits, but he also drew 1 Warbonds. He's able to keep up with the credit run, but maybe he don't even want to do that. Because this ramp can higher the credit limit. Vinnie is now at the limit at 12 credits. After John PX reaches the 12 credits, he's able to get on top to 13 to 14 with Warbonds, what is also pretty powerful. Well, Vinnie definitely has to take out that Manchester, that bomber, chooses to play as the 6th Airborne, pretty powerful card, and looking like he's considering Industrial Mites here. Well, this would be +2 cards, but he would overdraw again next turn. So he's just moving up the 99th Infantry to the front, and John Peaks is now overdrawing his carpet bombing. He's not lucky. He's not happy about that. Definitely not.
But so in his hand right now, he's got plenty of stuff to be able to deal with the boards here from Vinnie. He's got the what's it called?
Yeah,
precision bombing.
Precision bombing. He's able to take out
both units.
Maybe he don't even has to take out the backline infantry yet, but he doesn't have a lot of options left. So using this is probably the most efficient way. And he's going for it, just clearing the board. Not a bad decision. The Vinnie drawing Hammer, great removal for ground units, but not being able to use this on these fighter and bomber. Just dropping the Corsair, very powerful card, and he's healing himself. On top on finding Ural factories. Let me check if he's running the 10 credit elite.
Yeah, John PX is definitely loving his board state right now. The Mustang is able to get rid of one of those air units in the backline. Does not have enough credits to also Bloody Sickle and Naval Brigade.
Well, Bloody Sickle and Naval Brigade, the Mustang is definitely a wise choice here to set up that ambush guard. And looks like he's going for the card war, finding a pretty powerful tank, T-34 and Sukov. But Sukov is more efficient in the early game when you're able to build up tempo and pressure.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at Vinnie's position here, and with the bomber there for John PX and the Empire Strikes, only being at 7 HP, I think he needs to start finding some power plays, and I think that research might help him to win this game.
Maybe he's only at 7 HP, and Empire Strikes is able to deal damage to the headquarter. John PX using Atlantic Convoy, only finding 1 credit unit here. Definitely not what he was looking for. You're able to get up to 3 credit units deployed on your board, but at least he's able to clear the front line while dealing more damage to the HQ and the naval brigade. It's getting closer for Vinnie. He's not having a lot.
Is Vinnie running the first rifles or something like that? Or is he running Night Witches? Because
he's not running the first rifles.
Ooh,
and he's not running Night Witches.
Oh, the bomber got hit. Mosquito's still available.
Well, at least John PX doesn't have something yet to kill the ambush guard.
So keep in mind that Vinnie is able to hammer his own 845th rifles to heal himself for 6 if he needs to. So that is his kind of emergency break here if he has to. He's also able to find potentially the British research from his spiring, which would give him a further 4 HP. So he has some options to start bringing his HP back up here.
But look at that. John PX is slowing Vinnie down. He pinned his whole support line, so Vinnie's not able to deploy something unless he's killing one of his own units. And John PX is able to maybe play War Bonds to prepare his next turns, getting credit advantage, or playing Black Watch and slowing Vinnie down even more. Currently he's having 4 orders on his hand, so this would hurt a lot. But yeah. John PX is just getting the credit advantage and additional card war. Definitely wise decision here in terms of controlling the game. Vinnie doesn't have a lot of options here. Going for the spy rings, finding the US research. He could go
almost all the way to penicillin here.
He could use he could get the advanced military research to be able to use penicillin next turn or going for the Manhattan Project, but he's choosing to just get rid of that honey, and he got in KB1, a very powerful card.
It's a dangerous game that Vinnie is playing right now. I'm feeling nervous just watching that HQ chill there at 6 HP. Which was forward there for John PX, and it's all hinging on this 1 HP ambush guard.
He's choosing depth charges to be safe this turn. Definitely not a bad decision, but he could have played Ural factories on top of that for 1 guard. His headquarters is safe now, and he could have get another 7 credit unit to operate next turn. Maybe this would have been a good decision. Well, having a guard is definitely not a bad decision either. John PX now having 14 credits. He got an additional card draw, and he got the Sexton. He's able to pin down this Mustang, and
I mean, he doesn't want to trade the 845th. He really wants Vinnie to spend credits, moving that into the front line and stuff. So yeah, this makes a lot of sense. He just goes for the Cadet Nurse Corps. He plays out the Blackwatch, but now a counteroffensive could actually be huge, considering how many units are damaged. There's 4, so that's going to be +8 in the current state of it. And if he decides to do something like move the 845th up Katyusha, that's going to be +10 potentially a massive turn here from Vinnie finding that counteroffensive.
That's true. I really want to see that counter-offensive play here. Sadly, he's not able to kill the Sexton, so this artillery is still a problem. He's able to buff that T-34 massively, and not getting rid of Blackwatch, but getting rid of this fighter to reduce the amount of units who are able to attack into his headquarter. John PX going for the he's going for the synthetic rubber.
That's going to be it. That's going to be all she wrote. Synthetic rubber onto the Sexton, and that's going to bypass all the guards and everything that's on the board here for Vinnie. And John PX just squeezes victory out of this first game right as we were seeing Vinnie starting to claw his way back into it. But congratulations on the win here, John PX. We are absolutely excited to see the next game between these two guys. And here we are. It is going to be Britain versus Germany. This time, Vinnie bringing the Brit deck.
Yeah, this Brit deck is pretty powerful. Nearly everybody bought this, and till now, every time this Brit deck got banned or was winning, well, it won only one time, but yeah, this is definitely hard to handle. John PX bringing German Brit discard removal value here, and at least against US Britain, this deck was very successful in this tournament. So this is going to be an interesting matchup as well. Let's see if Brit can be as effective as it used to be. Well, looking at the cards, John PX is starting with an Careless Talk, and Vinnie is able to drop his #1 commando into that, getting 1-for-1 trade. Definitely not what you're looking for with your #1 commando. Also, Vinnie is starting first, meaning he's having 2 cards left, and John PX is aiming to reduce that even more. Vinnie needs to find his card war, his mobilization, his Lend-Lease, his convoy to not lose against John PX again.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
already in a rough spot. You don't want to see your hand looking like this on turn 4, having to pass 3 credits.
Yeah, you're right, Ollie. You're right. He even chose to play Monty to just pin these both units. Well, this will keep his Easter Regiment alive for a while, but I don't think this was a good play, because Monty can give you a card war if you're hitting and pinning 3 units. So I think this was a mistake here, just giving away the Monty just for the pin without the card war. At least he's able to deploy Sexton or Blackwatch turn 5, so this is a very good option here, pinning the Nebelwerfer to not get...
There's an Admiral
what?
There's an Admiral Hipper in John PX's hand. If
yeah,
I
noticed that too. Turn 5 Admiral Hipper is so damn powerful. Preventing card draw and credit gain while retreating a unit to the opponent's hand. I'm not surprised seeing Admiral hit her on Sexton, and now Vinnie is definitely behind in terms of the gameplay. He's not having the credit advantage anymore, and he never had the card advantage.
And all the while, John PX, he just continues to draw cards there with that honey out, and there's still no pressure on that honey. I mean, now
You're
there
not
is
seeing that very often.
like next turn, but I mean, yeah, I'm looking at this, and this is starting to look really, really good for John PX here.
Yes, you're right. John PX is able to trade into the Eastern Regiment, and all tanks are surviving, sending the Wirbelwind to the front to pin every airplane who's going to get deployed.
Oh,
Vinnie
man.
looking to find something here, finding pretty powerful cards, but nothing like the Kitty Hawk, the best option here to remove something.
He can't play any of these cards, right? He's going to lose 2
Yes.
credits because he played the order, and then he's going to have 4 left, which means that the only thing he can do for the rest of this turn is attack with the Sexton. And that, I feel like, has been kind of the story of this early game here for Vinnie. Man, like, he has not had a credit efficient hand whatsoever. And this turn is no exception. If he wanted to play the Blackwatch, he couldn't attack with the Sexton. If he wanted to play the Mustang, he couldn't attack with the Sexton. Like, it's a really, really unlucky hand.
Turn 6, he could deploy Blackwatch and Monty if he would have kept that, but not a surprise, he killed the Nebelwerfer here to remove that artillery. Well, of course, John PX can trade into the Saxon, and even more important, he can use Annihilation on the Saxon to kill that unit and discard another card as well.
Yeah, and that's what I expect to. Ooh, actually, doesn't look like that's what we're gonna see. I would have.
No, we are seeing more card draw here from John PX, and additional heal on top of that.
Yeah.
Well, John PX is still able to just trade 2 damage tanks into the Sexton. Definitely a good choice to remove that artillery. And Vinnie finally found the convoy, some card draw here, but he chose to play the Manchester on an empty board. There are plenty of ways to deal with that,
including a Sky Barons in hand for John PX right
including the Sky Barons here. But maybe he could hold the Sky Barons for an Mustang or a bigger unit. He can trade Honey plus 1 damage instance. Now he's just choosing to play the Sky Barons. Definitely worth it, because you are killing a unit and drawing a card. Very efficient.
And because of the precision bombing that you get when you play the Manchester, you're also removing the option of using that without having to spend extra credits. Vinnie, I mean, lucky for him, he does find the HMS Illustrious if he wants to go that route, and he is able to combo. He's able to clear the board, right? HMS Illustrious, precision bombing onto the Seaforth, and then attack with the Warrior.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know if precision bombing is really worth it to get used on a Seaforth Highlander. It's an easy target for the Avenger as well, and it's precision bombing is more targetable, like Avenger. So I don't know about that, but clearing the board is definitely not not a bad choice. While John PX is able to make use of the Irradier and the Panzer 38 to get more card draw, looking for African Corps to get a Comet, Sudden Strike one of these bombers array to not get traded.
I mean, Vinnie now needs to start finding some ways to actually put on some pressure. He's been really, really on the back foot for all of this game, and it's not a good board for him to deploy his Avenger. Blackwatch plus draw makes a lot of sense here, I would say.
Yeah, makes most sense. You definitely want to draw cards playing against German Brit.
Hey,
and
one thing.
He hit 4 cards with Blackwatch.
he got the 0 cost countermeasure, evasive maneuver, that stops deployment effects, but he had passed his turn before he had finished drawing. So it looks like Vinnie forgot that he had a 0 cost card in his deck, and if he does find himself in a situation where a deployment effect, punishes him this turn, then that might have been a kind of quick, how would you say this in English? Kind of a mistake you make because you're hurrying up. In Icelandic, it is fljótfærnismistök.
Yes, you're right. Theoretically, because John PX is only having 1 deployment unit right now, the Flam Panzer, and he's not able to kill the bomber. So lucky for Vinnie. But looking at John PX's hand, he's having some pretty powerful units there. Like the Grenadier Guards, and he's able to send the Swordfish back to his hand, controlling the draw of Vinnie. He's only getting these Blitz Bombers. Well, they're not bad, but you need more powerful stuff in this stage of the game.
Absolutely. I guess the plus side here, if you are Vinnie, is the fact that these are the Blitz bombers, right? Because they come from the HMS Illustrious spawn. These are not the normal bombers. These do.
Yeah, at least. But look at that. John PX found a second comet. I'm not well. I wouldn't be surprised if he would use that, but carpet bombing is definitely a wise choice here. He's able to clear at least the bombers, and he got rid of that 9 credit cards what block a spot in his hand. So good choice here for John PX. Vinnie on the other side able to remove a credit slot at turn 10. This is on turn 11. This is not very effective anymore. And starting to threaten to damage the headcrawler with a Hellcat is nice, but he's still at 25 HP, while John PX is having Wolfpack available, able to remove a lot of cards from Vinnie.
Yeah. Air power makes quick work of that Hellcat. The Comet, if he wants to, can hit face, but can also just get rid of that Blackwatch. Opts to go face instead. And now what we know is because he has those 2 comets in hand, he is able to do 8 damage to face every turn just with comets. That's a pretty scary prospect to play against.
With not having cards, but Vinnie, I wonder if he's going for synthetic rubber. This would be funny to drop on the Blackwatch to create a 5/5 unit with Fury. Deal 10 damage. Of course, we know John PX has Annihilation available, but Vinnie doesn't know that. So going for the synthetic rubber would make sense. Vinnie just choosing to go for the advanced research.
What is he looking to get out of that? Is he looking to just Bletchley here?
Yes, he was looking to just Bletchley here because he didn't know John PX has 2 comets available. Like, this reduces the turns left for his headquarter from 4 to 2. Top decking Lancaster is maybe the only way to win here anymore.
Yeah.
To increase the credit costs of Comet to not get just killed right now. But John PX.
Oh, he finds the tactical strike, and that's going to get rid of the Lancaster, meaning that Vinnie is not able to continue putting on the pressure. And with no unit on board either, there's no way that you can use active sonar to really win either.
No, doesn't look good for Vinnie here. That's true.
This has to be game. There's no way. He can't draw. He can't guard his HQ. He's only 4 HP, and the Comet, that's going to be enough. Even with +3 cost, I think that's going to be all he wrote. Yep, there he goes. John PX from Belarus taking out Vinnie from the USA 2-0 here in our second quarterfinal. Congratulations to John PX, who advances into the semifinal. So we can take a look at the brackets here as they stand updated for us. And we see it right there. Spoos is going to be taking on John PX here in the semifinals. Then our third quarterfinals would have been Wild Eyes versus Dynamo, but as we talked about earlier, unfortunately, Dynamo had to withdraw from the competition due to personal reasons. Once again, we wish him all the best. Dynamo, we love you. You are a valued member of this community, and we hope to see you back as soon as possible. So that leaves us with the final quarterfinal match here today between Vavilon and long-time competitive player GK Sukov, one of the original top 4 World Championship players that came to Iceland in 2019 and participated in the first ever World Championship, taking second place there, losing against Gearbot in the finals. He's back, and he's back in the mix. So let's look at the decks that Vavilon and GK Sukov are bringing to the table here and see if we can't get that show on the road.
First, Vavilon, the winner of he was second of Cards Open 3, and he is bringing some German US value deck, very similar to the decks we already seen yet. US Brit and Brit US. He's like one of the meta player with the value draw deny, ramp control and control ramp. I explained these decks a lot today. Let's have a look at GK Sukov deck list, because
different decks.
He is bringing different decks, finally.
Japan everywhere, Darkness.
Yeah, he's the only player who's bringing Japan, and he's bringing it in every single deck. So his first deck is US Japan, and this contains a lot of value cards and a lot of Japanese air units. So it's possible to see some Burst of Fire combo with a fighter after some ramp, some value trades. This deck could be very powerful in the mid to long term. Looking at the second deck, British Japan, this is an control value deck. This is having a lot of value removal, like Amphibious Assault and Empire of the Sun. He's running this in every single deck. Empire Sun, one of the best removal cards because it's drawing so much cards. And of course, the British control cards like Shelling, Saxon, Grenadier Guards. These cards are very powerful. I'm not surprised to see these in here. And his last deck is an Japan US deck. The first real Japan deck, and this is another value air deck. We do see a lot of airplanes like Shiden, like Tony, and a lot of removal like Death from Above. And maybe seeing as well a combination with maybe Bolts of the Ranks or Burst of Fire with some airplanes here. I'm interested to see something next to Brit US, US Brit, and German Brit decks. Let's see how GK Sukov is playing these matches.
I just hope that they don't ban his Japan deck, because I really want to see To the Last Man. That's just for me, but we'll see right now.
Well, he got his US deck banned, so we are seeing Japan and British. That's cool.
Okay, so I think this is the first time that we've kind of seen this many Britain decks unbanned, the German deck being banned and the US deck being banned. So
yes, you're right.
It's going to be interesting. Fresh matches, hopefully.
I don't know if you noticed, but next to the first team, esport team, Team Ammo, and Team Radiant Gaming, there is a third Cards esport team appeared, Team Synergy, and GK Sukov is one of these members, next to Reeler and Sinlike and some more, GMO and Private Paul, I believe. Maybe I missed one guy, I'm not 100% sure. But this is another team matchup. Sadly, we didn't saw Dynamo versus Right Eyes of Radiant Gaming and Team Ammo. But let's see how well GK Sukov prepared, maybe with his team, to be able to face Vavalon here. An well-known tournament player, participated in a lot of tournaments and already got $250 prize pool. Not as much as Sukov, but he is one of the cards player with esport earnings.
Yeah, of course. GK Sukov making it into the top 2 there in the first ever World Championship puts him immediately fairly far ahead of the pack. And his run in that tournament was extremely impressive because he was the player coming into it with kind of the lowest collection size at the time. So I'm really excited to see how he makes his comeback here in the Open tournament.
Yes, that is like his comeback to the competitive scene. Sure, this is not a tournament for prize money, but you're getting tournament experience. You're playing against other great player. I don't think there are a lot of newbies here in this tournament. And looking at the game, turn 4, GK Sukov already dropped the key 83. This unit was so powerful, it got nerfed. The previous patch, it doesn't have ambush anymore. But even without ambush, I don't see a lot of ways for Vavalon to kill this right now if GK Sukov chooses to use bolster the ranks on top of that unit.
Yeah, that obviously looks like the best play in this situation, but there's no way for him to hit the HQ because that is smoke screened because of those first Marines in the front line. But
and the guard.
And then of course, yeah, there is a guard. So I think, but I think getting the bolster off on this unit this early makes a lot of sense because with this, he's making it vulnerable for a trade against the first Marines.
Sure, but you're getting and trade 2 for 1, what is definitely not bad. And he's setting up another fighter as target for bolster the ranks. Even if this only would be a 5-5 fighter with 0 operation costs, countering all countermeasures, that is not so bad. This Siren, I don't know how to pronounce that.
Siren.
Something
like that.
Yeah, something like that. Well, Vavalon, on his side, does have another guard. He traded into the key 83, but he's having quite some options here, and C-Force Highlander looking like the best option just to deploy that powerful guard. Even with bolster the ranks, GK Sukov is not able to trade that, but he is having a Sender Regiment to get rid of it, at least for now.
Yeah, and then using that Siren to hit face, starting to put on the pressure. Vavalon on the other side, he's got a Greyhound. He's got some decent options there. He also has that patrol, so if he does want to remove the smoke screen off that Sendai, he would be able to get his C4 Highlanders back this turn if he really, really wanted to, but probably not worth it for him at this point. What do you want to see him do here? I feel like he's in a slightly weird spot. He's got quite a bit of card draw, but he doesn't really have enough credits to use either the Seaborn or the high altitude bombing or something that allows him to really make an impact on the board.
Definitely tough and rough situation for Vavalon here, having no board presence against this backline. Well, GK Sukov is not going to attack with the Sender Regiment, and next to that there are not a lot of units like in 2-2 and in 3-3. He could just deploy 3 units and it's looking even for now. But of course, GK Sukov does have air superiority available, very powerful removal card, and he's having a lot of options. So he's choosing to play air superiority to stop that infantry regiment going to the front. So this is not getting buffed. +2/+2. And GK Sukov just attacking here. Interesting. A lot of people maybe choose to trade in terms of carpet bombing, but in Singleton there's only one copy of carpet bombing. You don't have to play around it all the time.
Yeah, and that AA gun, I mean, he probably didn't do it on purpose, but that blocks the Catalina being played and forces out the patrol there. So that means that his Sendai is a little bit safer for a little bit longer as well.
That's true. But with bolts of the ranks or the key, I don't know this number anymore, but the Blitz fighter, there are 2 options for Sukov to kill that Catalina. The key 61 Hien?
Yep.
So that was very fast. Well, GK Sukov is playing a very aggressive deck, so he wants to hit the HQ, but on the other side he can't allow Babylon to draw 2 additional cards and choose one he don't need to put back.
No,
so
I mean,
I'm expecting
definitely the way back into the game here for Vavilon if GK Sukov were to allow him to do that.
yeah.
So I do agree with
Ooh,
this. Finds a sheet and
look at that, Ollie.
Yeah,
look at that.
That means he has
If he would have played that earlier, Sheeden and Bots of the Ranks could have finished the game if GK Sukov wants to go really aggressive. But the Saurin or something like that, this unit has the interesting ability that only air units can attack that if this is in the support line. So even if Revlon has a number 1 commando in the front line, he's not able to value trade into this fighter. What makes this unit even more dangerous to deal with.
Oh, and he just has it just doesn't have enough credits to play 2 fighters here. So he doesn't even have a way to set up his opportunity to kill it with this turn. So
yeah, I'm a little surprised we didn't saw high altitude bombing from Revlon. There were very good targets, like he hit at least one of the Sendai or the Saurin. But well, of course he can trade into this raiding brigade and deploying another unit. But GK Sukov in a pretty good position, able to just attack the headquarters for free.
I mean, surely we're gonna see desperate measures and war bonds here or something.
Maybe war bonds. Maybe just a key and another attack into the face. It's hard to deal with all of these units.
Actually, it's impossible. No, wait.
High altitude bombing could kill 2 of them.
Avenger would take out the Siren, and then you can trade the commando into the key.
Yes, you're right.
But the Sheeden is in GK Sukov's hand, and that's going to be enough to end the game next turn.
That's right. Babylon is going for the commando plus high altitude bombing. Even better here because he's getting back the C-Force Highlander, and GK Sukov is not able to attack the headquarters anymore, but he's able to play Empire of the Sun to kill the guard, prepare the next turn, or just setting up the first signal regiment, maybe a guard or guard plus war bonds. Plenty of options here. Not able to finish the game, but able to make something here. He's deploying the guard. Is he playing the desperate measures as well to deal additional damage to the headquarter? No, he's saving that. He don't want to lose this credit point. Ooh, Babylon top decking 99th Infantry Regiment, able to just push back this tank, this ambush tank guard, definitely valuable here. Because you don't really want to trade too many units because of the first signal regiment. This unit is dealing 1 damage to the opponent's headquarters if one of your unit dies. So I'm not surprised. He's sending back this first signal regiment to kill this tank without receiving damage.
I really like that. And all of a sudden, Babylon's board is threatening quite a bit of damage. Just those 2 airplanes are threatening 9 damage each turn. So it's very, very quick for this game to be over here for GK Sukov. And now he needs to find a way to finish it off. He's got the Empire of the Sun, and that's going to help him draw a bunch of stuff. Yes, but he needs to find a way past that Seaforth Highlanders, and I think that's going to be a fairly tough task for him.
Yeah, definitely. But his options are quite powerful. He's able to remove the Avenger with the Sheen without trading and clearing the front line with desperate measures, dealing 2 additional damage to the headquarters. Babylon didn't find any heal yet, and Babylon, is living on the edge. GK Sukov is having a Sheen available and for signal regiment too, so it's getting closer and closer.
I mean, what can you do here if you're Babylon? Oh, Jesus Christ, there have been 4 earthquakes since we started casting Darkness. But yeah,
that's impressive.
That's not the role he wanted either. What he really, really needed there was a unit that had blitz and was somehow able to deal with that sheet in. But to the last man, that's going to clear the entire board if GK Sukov wants it. And
I don't think he wants it.
I mean, why would he? He has everything that he needs going for him right now with that signal regiment on board.
He just deployed another unit, so if Babylon is killing both of these units, he's just dead. So Babylon is going for the card war here, finding a half track, able to send back at least 1 unit and do something, but that is not a lot. Still no heal for Babylon, still sitting on the edge.
You do 8 damage to face, but that's it.
Is it still random what unit is dying first, or is if GK Sukov would play to the last man right now, is this safe 2 damage to Babylon? Ollie?
Sorry?
If to the last man is being played with first signal regiment on the board, is it still random to deal damage in order, and what unit is dying first, or is the first signal regiment still secure getting this damage? Well, it doesn't matter because GK Sukov
it will get the damage.
Will get the damage.
Yes.
So plenty of ways for GK Sukov to deal with that. Didn't even had to use this bombing raid.
No, that was yet another way for him to end the game, that bombing raid. So GK Sukov coming into this here and showing us that Japan can work in the Singleton format.
Wild Eye suggesting you must sacrifice something to the volcano god to freeze him for no ace earthquakes anymore.
There have been, I think, about 12,000 earthquakes in the past 3 days here in Iceland, and about 20 or 30 that are bigger than 3 on the Richter scale every single day. So most of the people here in Iceland are just getting seasick at this point. We've been tossing and turning here for about 3 days, and for some people that get really nervous around earthquakes, it's a nightmare, right? People are waking up in the middle of the night and panicking and stuff. So let's hope that it's over. Iceland, or Big Dog, Iceland is a huge volcano. We literally are right on top of an active volcano. So
GK Tsukov finding 3 strong units with His Majesty's choosing the Sexton, probably the most potential out here, and now able to start the research or just drawing 2 cards. He's choosing to play the Convoy, finding an additional Sexton. This starts looking very nice for Tsukov here, but of course Revlon is able to deploy a bunch of units, setting up some pressure, having Long Tom available. Let's see how the US Long Tom is able to fight with the British Sexton in this artillery battle. I want to add another joke, but no. Just looking at the board, GK Tsukov deployed the 61st Infantry Regiment, a pretty powerful guard, having 1 card draw as destruction effect. But we are seeing the supply chain of Revlon,
supply shipment,
starting the aggression here.
Yeah, and Vavilon, I think, finally finding what he wanted to do with these units in the last game, getting them into the front line, managing to buff them with the supply shipment. But GK Sukov having the Sexton there at the ready, pins it, and has that 3 damage, on standby to kill it next turn if he needs to. He's also got naval operation plus shelling, so he has everything that he wants to delay the game for a couple of turns as well.
That is very important, because there's slightly difference between Vavilon's US Britac and the other US Britacs we already saw. The previous one were a lot of control and ramp, and Vavilon's is more mid-range focus. Sure, it does have a lot of these high cost, high value cards like Avenger and high altitude bombing, but you do see more early and mid-game stuff. The supplyman shipment, this infantry regiment getting +1/+1, moving to the front lines, Greyhound, and getting pinned in this, running into the British control, is not an easy game for Vavilon here.
This is your favorite card, Darkness. The Long Tom gets played here from Vavilon.
I don't think a lot of people knows it, but that Long Tom is just a meme. So my oldest viewer knows that, are knowing that. But yeah, Long Tom is just a meme, ongoing. For glory.
This is the first time I have ever seen that card used.
Yeah, it's pretty rare, isn't it? For glory, killing an elite unit, it's very rare you are able to see that, but Singleton is maybe the best format to make that card work, because in Singleton you're only able to include 1 copy each card. You're definitely using a bunch of elites because you need good, powerful cards, and it's likely that you are able to get value out of that for glory, and this was glorious.
It absolutely was. And we see, the continuation of the control here from GK Sukov's deck, and continuing to look at his hand, right? He's got another Sexton in place if he wants to. He's got a shelling. He's got the Raft Lightning. He has everything that he would possibly want to deal with whatever Vavilon is throwing his way. Vavilon, no way of getting into the front line to make use of that 99th Infantry Battalion. So he has a pretty tough choice to make here in terms of what he wants to deploy into this board from GK Sukov, because, yeah, most of what he can play is just going to die.
Yeah, maybe just deploying these Rangers, or looks like he's sending the 1st Marines to the front to send something bad back with the 99th Infantry Regiment to cause an overdraw. Sure, Sexton is the best target here. The deployment effect still hurts, because GK Tsukov is able to pin another unit like the 1st Marines, and getting traded. But this is what Revlon is aiming for, that GK Tsukov is deploying Sexton again, to have next turn 8 credits to play high altitude bombing and remove that nasty Sexton.
Yeah, but he's probably not expecting another Sexton to follow right behind it.
Definitely not.
Those first Marines aren't going anywhere further this game with the follow-up Sexton, the naval operation, and the shelling in hand here for Sukov. He's also got the Mosquito to effectively trade with it. He's got the Kitty Hawk to deal damage to a ground unit. He has everything that he wants. And yeah, I mean, yes, high altitude bombing, it definitely feels really good here, but if he knew everything that we knew, he would maybe not feel as good about it.
Maybe that's why he's thinking about these airbornes 101st plus patrol, able to just kill the Sexton like that and sending an additional unit to the front line.
I think that was an excellent play from Avalon. I think he recognized that high altitude bombing could be needed later on into the game. And I think he was absolutely correct in that judgment. So if Avalon ends up winning this game, I'm going to call it that was the move he made to win the game.
You're not wrong, Ollie, but he needs to win that game first against GK Sukov having the card advantage here, being able to drop the Grenadier Guards and starting the pressure. Well, this only enables Avalon's value of high altitude bombing. I don't see other great options. Well, he could draw cards, play Kisliner relatively safely.
He could play, I mean, he can play Honey plus mobilization. He can play the Catalina plus Honey, plus he can play the Engineers, but he just goes for the high altitude bombing and attacking face, I assume. I think those Engineers that are currently sitting in his hand could become
these Engineers on top of 4 other units would be huge. If Avalon's losing this, I'm calling this the last turn.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was looking at, right? He could have gotten the Engineers off of on 4 units, buffed his board HP by 8, and then if he's pulling that we can do it off the top at next turn, then all of a sudden he has a really, really formidable board for GK Sukov to deal with. But he opted to go for a different route, but obviously he doesn't see GK Sukov's hand like we do. So, of course, that plays into all the decision making.
Yes, you're right. And looks like now is the time when he's going to deploy the Kislina to find more card draw. We can do it +3 on 2 units. That's not bad. But we know he's having the GK Sukov is having the Manchester available and is getting the precision bombing out of it. So that is just a snipe onto the Kisliner. Feels bad to get that removed that easy.
I guess on the plus side, I mean, what Avalon still has going for him, in my opinion, is the fact that he still has that Honey plus mobilization in hand and a bunch of buff potential.
Well, Ollie, this format is more like draft, and 3 HP doesn't really matter at all. In this control,
I think he can make the Honey stick on the board for quite a while. Like that's what I mean, because he has the buff cards and stuff. But he's not opting to play around it in that fashion. He's instead going, wider in his cards and looking for answers to the board, which is absolutely a valid tactic. So, I mean, I'm not as good a player as Avalon, so I'm not going to criticize the line that he chooses. But I definitely think there were some options and are some options to play around the Honey there.
And now he's deploying the Honey, sadly after the mobilization, so he didn't got the effect. But of course, GK Sukov is having a lot of damage with the Mosquito and the Manchester that are 10 damage, able to attack into the back line. So Babylon had to play the guard here, the C-Force Highlander, but with carpet bombing, Honey got removed. The C4's Highlander are getting removed, and GK Sukov could kill the 1st Marines Regiment as well, but just choosing to start the pressure against Vavalon here and attacking headquarter. Definitely powerful position GK Sukov is in here. Vavalon kind of running out of options. Well, he could play strategic bombing, but this would kill the Takasaki Regiment, causing him to lose another card. At least he would be able to trade into the Manchester to get rid of this bomber. And looks like Vavalon is deploying that guard first and not even thinking about playing strategic bombing.
No, he's going wide. He's going wide now and playing the engineers.
Playing the engineers, pretty powerful buff on top of 4 units. Well, definitely strong. Yeah, but
again,
I don't know why he let the Manchester live here.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a little bit of a rough choice, especially because we know GK Sukov's hand. We also know that there are no air units on board for Vavalon, so we know that his support line is going to be blocked for 3 turns. With that naval operation, with that Monty, and with that shelling. So I honestly think that this game is over.
Well, we don't know. We don't know what Vavalon is top decking. Maybe he's able to find something to proxy Ultra, making depth charges work to protect his headquarter another turn, and maybe being able to trade the turn after. Vavalon, it's still hard to see that US military into Ultra. At least he's able to get that strategic bombing and cause a lot of damage here, and making this impossible for Sukov to finish him this turn. But of course, there's a lot of pin with Monty, with shelling. This doesn't look good for Vavalon. Yeah.
No, it absolutely doesn't. And you know, like we talked about, if you're GK Sukov, oh no, yeah, of course, he's got the 2 credits left over for the Mosquito to attack, and that's gonna be it. That's gonna be all she wrote. GK Sukov 2-0 against Vavalon, making a strong comeback here into the competitive scene. Welcome back, GK Sukov, and better luck next time, Vavalon.
Well, GK Sukov processing to the semifinals, facing Wild Eyes. So Team Ammo Wild Eyes versus Team Synergy, GK Sukov in the one bracket, on the other Team Radiant Gaming, Spoos and John PX on his own for the next games.
Yeah, I think these are extremely exciting semifinals. Unfortunately, there were some technical issues with the Wild Eyes GK Sukov semis, so we won't be able to see those, unfortunately. But we will see Spoos take on John PX, and then we will watch the full finals. But for now, I'm thinking we maybe go to a quick 5-minute break, stand up, stretch our legs a little bit, go refill your drinks, get some snacks, and get ready for the remainder of the Cards Open Singleton. We'll see you right after this. Welcome back to the Cards Open Singleton Top 8. We are now down to the semifinals where we have John PX, Spoos, we have Wild Eyes, and our final quarter finalist, semifinalist is, wow, who just won the match? GK Sukov.
GK Sukov, your man, Ollie.
I know my man. I went to get a cup of coffee because I could feel my attention and the energy slipping a little bit, but we'll bring it up in the coming matches. I am absolutely ecstatic to see these top 4 players face off against each other. We're going to start by seeing Spoos take on John PX. We'll not spend too much time going through the decks. We'll just get on into the action whenever we are ready. Who do you think is going to take this one, Darkness?
Oh, this is... You're always asking such difficult questions because both players are bringing nearly the same decks and both players are quite strong in terms of their level of play. But Spoos did very, very well, and I called him to in the pre-show to be the winner, so I would assume Spoos can take that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's we're gonna have a hard time betting against Spoos here. He did go 6-0 through the Swiss round, and he's been playing extremely well in the games so far. I talked about it in the pre-show as well a little bit, that he is the guy that's been building these kind of field marshal decks with limited and standard cards for a long time. So he has quite a bit of experience in these deck building with kind of different rules and different parameters. But let's see who takes it here. Spoos banned out the Brit deck from John PX, and John banned out the US deck from Spoos.
Banning the US deck is... I think that's a wise choice. Because now John PX is facing... is able to use his high-value ramp deck against Spoos's Brit deck and Spoos's German deck. I think ban-wise, maybe John PX is a little bit favored here, but Singleton is in a completely different format, and I was wrong before saying Brit has easy time against Germany, and then both German players won their matchups. Based on the previous match, John PX should have an advantage here, but I don't think this advantage is that big against a player like Spoos and against a powerful deck like his British deck.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup to see here. And looking at the early hands for these two players, I quite like what I'm seeing from both of them. I think they both got a pretty decent starting hands. Wondering what we're going to see Spoos do here, if he's just going to play the Albacore, or if he wants to do something with that air power, which I wouldn't really make sense.
Plenty of options. You're right. Both players having a quite decent start. John PX dropping the #1 commando, Spoos dropping the honey, and Spoos offering the honey as a gift, as a sacrifice to trade for this #1 commando, having the Albacore in his hand to kill the 1/1 leftover #1 commando. That is Spoos' plan here, while John PX is not rating, not making any prisoners. Yeah, not taking any prisoners, just going for the MI5 and the Fog of War to start to reduce Spoos' options and cards at his hand. He's not taking Spoos easy, he's going for it. This is going to be a very interesting start.
That's what I like to see. The Arado finding a U16. The U16 could hurt here. Africa. Oh, there's another Leopold. 2 Leopolds now in the deck for John PX, and that could definitely have a huge impact later on into the game.
Yeah. Leopold is one of the most powerful cards in game, especially against a nation like Britain. as British, you want to play a lot of units, buff a lot of units, having incredible value. Leopold doesn't care. He just sends back all units of the opponent to his hand. So having at least one available from turn 10, this will cause some issues to Spoos, especially if he's not having any more options. Well, deploying Sexton is one definitely good options, but he needs to draw something. He needs to draw something good. And John PX now able to just send back Sexton to reduce the pressure onto his units and starting to trade his Arado. Well, next turn he's able to trade with Wirbelwind into the Honey, so he's preparing for that. And Spoos finds the mobilization, able to draw 3 cards. That was heavily needed here. Very good top deck for Spoos, even if he's not able to make more credits work. Well, he can drop the Elder Core, pin the Commando. That is fine. But that card war was really necessary.
Yeah, and getting the extra value with the Honey out is also pretty big. And now John PX, he's got some decisions to make. The credit line being where it is, yes, he can play the Wirbelwind, he can trade out that Honey, and also play that Panzer 3H, which is probably what we're going to see him do here.
Well, John PX dropping the Panzer 3H and going for the Night Hunters, a very, very powerful card. Look, choose shortly the air power, but he should save it for another tank or to deal some damage into the backline.
Yeah.
Spoos top deck the Mosquito, another great unit here. Just killing the Rough Lightning. You may notice John PX attacked with the Rough Lightning to reduce this from 5 credits to 3. So Spoos is not able to drop the TBF Avenger next to his guard and killing the Rough Lightning with that. But the top deck Mosquito just denied that plan from John PX. We do see a really high level play here, high level skill of both player. I like it.
Yeah, absolutely. And John PX now has some options in front of him. I wonder which direction he will opt to go. He's got that missing, which will destroy a unit when moved into the front line, so he doesn't really have to worry too much about securing the front line and kind of challenging that. And yep, he just decides to block the draw with the Panther A and leave that front line open, hoping to bait those Seaforth Highlanders to make their move into the front line.
Well, but we see there's an TBF Adventure. Well, looks like Spoos is considering playing air power. This is definitely a good choice, and I tell you why. TBF Adventure looks juicy to just play, but this is open deck lists, and Panther A is the best tank you're able to target with orders. So I'm not surprised that Spoos took his choice and uses air power exactly for the best option possible.
Yeah, I just can't do anything but agree with that. And now Wolfpack coming into John PX's hand, but the Wolfpack doesn't do what he wants it to do right now. Right now, he's just dealing with so much pressure from Spoos, and Spoos is holding that Rule Britannia in hand as well, right? That could really quickly be a 3-3 bomber and a 6-6 fighter. So. And those Seaforth Highlanders would become massive with the Rule Britannia as well, quickly closing out the game here for Spoos.
Sure, Rule Britannia is incredible, but John PX does have the discard. RIP TBF Avenger, that was a powerful discard, and he's able to kill one Avenger. So Spoos is only having two units left getting buffed by Rule Britannia, and John PX looking to deploy the Grenadier Guards and going for the missing. I wonder if he's setting up They were moving up the Panzer 3H to the front. Maybe he could have left this in the back line to force spoos to
is he
move this to
trying?
the front.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Is he trying to like bait an attack from the Mosquito onto the Panzer 3H and then yep, and he got
he
it.
is. He got it. Amazing. Well, Spoos is able to pin the Grenadier Guards and deploy another unit, but John PX having Annihilation available. And he's able to kill the Sexton or the Kitty Hawk with that. Well, the Sexton would be much better.
He also has a Leopold that he can play.
Yeah, he has a Leopold, but you really don't want to send back 3 deployment effect units. Getting rid of the Sexton and the unknown card from Spoo's hands is a better decision here. And he could send Wirbelwind to the front or play another card draw card. He's choosing to play the Wirbelwind. Definitely not a bad decision. Spoo's top decking Grenadier Guards. Pretty strong card. Very powerful threat.
Another earthquake.
Another earthquake in Iceland.
God damn.
Oh wow, Ollie.
It's crazy.
But as you can see, Spoos doesn't have a lot of options. He could trade the Wirbelwind with Mosquito to be most efficient there. But maybe running into root out the enemy and losing his Mosquito very soon. Just the Kitty Hawk and Mosquito is still not enough to kill the Grenadier Guards of John PX. So Spoos taking his time and waiting for the clock to decide what he is doing, and he's starting to trade with the Kitty Hawk. Okay, John PX able to find an FW, able to deploy the Leopold, taking out the Kitty Hawk first. Wise decision here.
I like that.
Kitty Hawk plus Mosquito would have killed Leopold, and John PX don't want to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a definitely a big brain play there from John PX, recognizing that those two combined deployment effects deal 5 damage and would be able to take out that Leopold, effectively making it, a useless card to be played at that point. So, making the right choice, trading the Wirbelwind into the Kitty Hawk before playing the Leopold, and now I feel, with the Night Hunters,
this is a big brain play for you, Ollie.
I mean, it is, in general. A lot of people would just play the Leopold, right?
I don't think so, but...
I think so. I think a lot of people would just go, immediately play the Leopold. I think a lot of people would have done it sooner. And probably lost.
But mostly I'm playing against people like J King and Ari.
Yes.
And they... Yeah, it's rare they are making mistakes like that. John PX activating the... Ooh, that is nice. Activating Night Hunters, and he's not going for the U375 because he knows both cards are 6 credits and he wouldn't discard any of these. Spoos. Oh wow, Spoos is able to go for the research. This could be a way for him to turn this around, going for the second research, so he's not able to lose that against U375. Next turn, he's able to play Active Sonar or getting Bletchley Park on his hand, and John PX without having Blackwatch available. This could be in Bletchley Park.
Yeah, definitely. And John PX now on a ticking clock to deal damage to the headquarters of Spoos. I guess the only thing really that John PX has going for him is the fact that Leopold is going to be, among the top cards if he does get Blitzlead. So he might possibly get it out soon enough to deal with whatever Spoos is playing. But I think this is starting to look pretty good for Spoos.
John PX could, instead of playing the fighter, could have ran for the turn 1 and turn 2 research, activating the U-boat. But Spoos on his side got the card draw available.
Yeah,
Well,
and
looking at John PX board, he's having a lot of damage. 18 damage. This would be lethal. Spoos found at least some guards, but East Surrey Regiment doesn't last long against that Leopold.
No, it does not. And he's in a kind of a tough spot here now. And like you said, the amount of damage on board here for John PX was enough to threaten lethal. But the active sonar does pin everything on board, so maybe that would have been a better route to go. But
John PX having the research available, V1 flying bomb able to take out the East Surrey Regiment, and just enough damage to finish this game. So John PX on the lead here against Spoos 1-0. Now left with his US deck. Spoos did not bend.
yeah, congratulations, John PX here for the first game of the series. Now let's see if he can keep up the momentum and take this one 2-0, or if Spoos is going to be fighting back with his British deck here in game number 2. Right off the bat here, John PX finding a few decent cards here in the mulligan. Looking forward to seeing what Spoos has found off the top of his deck.
I don't even know if a few good men is good to keep that early. Well, in this control matchup, you usually want to get high value cards, but maybe the best unit to find is the Kessliner or the P40 to gain an advantage in the mid game. So let's see what he's able to draw. Kessliner Murder after the buff, quite a decent card. So I assume he's thinking between the Murder, something like that, I'm sorry for my English, or the Kessliner. Both pretty powerful bomber.
Yeah, the Marauder did get slightly buffed in the last patch, making it a slightly better bomber than it used to be. So I think John PX has some pretty decent cards here. It kind of makes things a little bit difficult. The fact that number 1 commando is in the front line means that it's harder for him to play something like the P40 onto the board.
But the Marauder has heavy armor, so
Yeah.
he can deploy that into. Spoos didn't play the HMS Lurie, and he can just deploy this bomber. Previously, before that buff, nobody played that. In
No,
the competitive scene, nobody played that.
you know what?
But
It might actually be huge as well with the bolster the ranks in John PX's hand right here, right now. That would make it a 5-6 bomber on the field with 0 op cost. That's gonna immediately start punishing, the operation cost of the units on board here for Spoos.
yeah, this would be strong. Or he could start hitting the number 1 commando, dealing 5 damage to this. I would like to see just going face and starting to play with these up costs. If he's attacking 1 twice, maybe 3 times, this number 1 commando is nearly unusable anymore, while John PX has plenty of time and removals like Death from Above, High Altitude Bombing to remove that number 1 commando when he needs to remove it.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, he definitely doesn't want to play the P40. That's just going to get instantly traded. He doesn't want to play the East Surrey. I feel like his options is either you go face. You can go face with or without bolster the ranks here, or you can just death from above. I actually quite like death from above here.
Maybe. I'm a little sad we are not going to see these increased operation costs. This would be funny, but now Spoos is able to play the Mustang and just kill the Marauder. Feels bad. Bye bye, little bomber.
Yeah, feels bad, man.
With bots the ranks, this wouldn't be possible, but Spoos just top decked and rough lightning, so this even the buffed Marauder would have been retreated and would be an easy target just after that. Spoos is having a lot of decent cards and options here. Now just playing the rough lightning to send your guts, starting the pressure here, having 2 airplanes to fight on the battlefield.
I feel like Spoos is
John
in an
PX.
excellent position right now.
Yeah, he is. He's having the board presence. John PX having Jesco, but that doesn't remove that much of damage. Well, he can think about deploying P40 and the Atlantic Convoy or East Surrey Regiment.
Okay.
Well, what is he going to get here? An excellent card. There are plenty of units you are able to get with this, and the highest, well, from 0, well, no 0 available, from 1 to 3, and getting a 3 credit fighter protecting your headquarter is maybe one of the best options here.
I agree. Unfortunately for him, Spoos does have that mosquito just waiting in the wings there. And now the Mustang only at 2 HP, meaning that even if he does play the Avenger, there's still 10 damage on board here for Spoos. So
there's
bombing
some
not able to do
movements.
enough. I mean, what would you do here? Would you maybe
High altitude bombing. High altitude bombing to kill 2 units, and no matter what's the left one, you can just drop a guard next turn, Avenger next turn, strat bombing next turn. But John Pix is preparing for the strat bombing, so playing credit efficient here to be able to play strategic bombing and air power next turn, or potentially another 3/3 unit. Not a bad choice, but he's receiving some more damage here. At least it's getting reduced by Jesco.
Yeah. I think it's definitely a question of whether or not you want to remove those 2 targets that turn, or if you want to, like you talk about, set up for the strategic bombing that is now then going to practically clear the board. It can actually clear the board now that he picks up that patrol as well. So
now being able to play strategic bombing is definitely the best choice John Pix can do here. I wonder if he's going to kill the Pioneer Regiment, or if he's not going to do that. He could kill that with a patrol or air power, but maybe it's just not worth it. Well,
I don't
looks
think
like
it is. I honestly don't think it is. I mean, given the way these decks are constructed in this Singleton tournament, I feel like they're way more unit heavy than they have been, and so yeah, I don't think that was necessarily worth it.
Maybe not. But John Pix having a lot of cards available, so he don't need to hold his options.
That's true. What's maybe the question is whether or not you should air power or patrol there. I think that's kind of a debate that you could go really deep on, because the air power obviously has the chance to just outright kill whatever tank gets played, but you're playing against Britain and they're not likely to be fielding a lot of tanks. So
Honey and Hellcat, and I think one of these got only removed. I don't remember. Did we saw a tank from Spoos yet? I don't know. I don't think so.
I think we saw.
But there are not a lot of tanks. Definitely not.
Spoos
Well-
now going for the HMS Illustrious. He
Looking, well, only to be true, I think it was worth it to
Yep.
kill the Pioneer with cards like card draw and research. You don't want to get these getting tempo advantage with
No, you-
Pioneer Company.
You're absolutely correct. And like the amount of stuff that Spoos could have done that last turn with the Pioneers alive is way more than he actually did. It would have saved him at least like 2 or 3 credits that turn and allowed him to play a research or an MI5. So you're correct. It was definitely worth it for him.
John picks bolstering the Jesco. Interesting choice, but definitely a lot of value having a 4-8 unit in the front line with 0 operation costs. Spoos having some ways to deal with that. He could play synthetic rubber onto 1 swordfish, just trading here, or going for the B-17. Looks like he's going for the research. Tier 1, advanced royal research. And turn 2, synthetic rubber. But this will be 6 credits, and he's missing 1 credit to kill the Jesco. So maybe he miscalculated there. Because with synthetic rubber, he's only getting a 7-7 bomber.
Yeah.
Just not enough to
Is he
kill.
going face?
Maybe.
Yeah, he's just going face. He's just saying, hey, I got a lot of damage here. But
Yeah.
there's an Avenger and a Corsair to block further damage by these bombers to the HQ of John PX. So whether or not...
Spoos is having a Lancaster.
That's true.
And another air power. So quite a lot of damage. John PX would be best to remove the bomber and playing the Corsair to block that. But even if he's playing the Corsair and not being able to kill the swordfish, Spoos could just trade into the Corsair, deploying the Lancaster, killing him. So the way for John Pix to live is to deploy the P40 and the Corsair to block the incoming bombers. But I don't know if he's doing that.
Ooh, it looks like he is. Looks like he is finding the line that's going to keep him alive. And he even pushes the Gren guards forward. That is a ballsy move from John PX there, putting on a lot of pressure, threatening that bomber in the backline. But he does leave himself completely exposed if there was anything that could blitz in the form of a fighter, which I believe there isn't in Spoos' deck. So.
And no, there isn't. Maybe there's 4. There's 2 credit buff cards for an airplane. Let me check on that. No blitz fighter for Spoos available. So going forward with the Grenadier Guards is definitely a safe play here.
Yeah. But that also shows you, you have to make sure that it is a safe play. I don't think we would have seen John PX make that play if this was a closed deckless tournament.
Why is Spoos deploying? Wait a second.
I think he was deploying the cold streams to try and.
I got it. He deployed the cold stream guards to maybe getting removed Z and save his bomber, but John Pix could have traded the bomber anyway.
Yeah.
So not a big difference. John Pix now able to draw a lot of cards.
Cadet Nurse Corps might actually be pretty big.
It's not enough. It's like John Pix is knowing Spoos is having Lancaster available. So he didn't find another fighter. He's unable to buff his HP, and he's expecting the Lancaster hovering over surrender, and that comes
Yep.
John
and
PX, who's surrendering faster than the opponent, is able to finish him off 1-1 into the series. Spoos against John PX. Spoos with Germany left against John US ramp control build.
Yeah, and here we go. It is game number 3 between Spoos and John PX in this semi-final match. Who is going to progress on into the finals? Is it going to be Spoos or is it going to be John PX? Germany versus Belarus. Germany, Spoos representing his home country here. John PX bringing US to the battlefield. And now we get to see, with everything on the line, John PX finding his Jasko right off the bat, but doesn't play it, knowing that there's the chance of Flampanzer from Spoos. And he blocks Spoos being able to get an order from that Arado by not playing it as well. Unintentional, but good effect.
Indeed. Well, John PX finding turn 2 the War Machine. Pretty powerful. And although he's starting first and having the credit advantage instead of the cards advantage, pretty powerful for him, because Spoos is running these discards and raw deny.
Yes. And the Arado comes out. That blocks the bomber from being able to hit the HQ. U375 does discard a card, but that M4A1 makes it straight back into the hand of John PX. Mobilization means that he has quite a full hand, 7 cards in hand right now. And let's see what Spoos does to respond. He does play the Whirlwind, moves it into the front line, and now is John PX going to go for the trade, or what is he going to play here? Looks like he wants to go for the research and start playing that, but yeah, going for the expanded US research and trading the Whirlwind into the front line makes a lot of sense.
I'd want to see the Manhattan Project again. Well,
Yes.
this will take a while, but it will take a while too for Spoos to establish and board and stop John PX from spending credits to research, while researching on its own can be effective too.
Yep.
If you're able to hit this U-boat and discarding the opponent's research, this will hurt a lot.
That's true. And now John PX has got a decision to make. Looks like he wants to trade the Arado and play the M4A1, or does he want to go wider?
He's just trading for now. And deploying the M4A1, definitely a good board presence here for John PX. With having We Can Do It and another unit available if he wants to build this board presence even more.
Yeah, and I think that We Can Do It is a fairly dangerous card for Spoos. I'm wondering if Spoos wants to bounce. It looks like that's what he's going to do. He's going to bounce that M4A1 probably back into hand. No, he's going to bounce the Dauntless. So no free damage trade here, and forces an overdraw for John PX. But John is able to respond in turn with the Albacore, pin that Panzer in the backline, and if he wants to move up and attack with the M4A1. That sets him up pretty effectively for a follow-up turn. We Can Do It, which means that the M4A1 is going to be outside of the range to trade for that Panzer 6 in the backline.
Spoos just top decked and Wolfpack here, but I think it's a little too... Well, he just drops the Grenadier Guard, a very powerful unit. That's right, but John PX playing the B-17, able to kill this instantly. Maybe not enough, because Spoos is now able to use this tank plus daylight bombing to get rid of the B-17.
Yeah, and that
get
daylight bombing is going to
the
hurt.
value trade.
Daylight bombing definitely hurts as well. It means that he's going to have 9 credits. Would you do something like, bolster the ranks off the top there? Don't you just bolster the ranks here, the M4A1, and just go for it?
I think I would. Because for German Britain, as this tank is very hard to deal with. You can't target this with orders like Annihilation or anything. And yeah, Spoos is missing removals for that M4A1, unless he's just pure trading into this.
Yeah, it looks like that's what John PX is going to do. He's going to pour on the pressure here, puts that M4A1 6-5 in the front line, plays the Dauntless and the Honey as well. And all of a sudden, the board for John PX starting to look pretty scary. Now, what can Spoos do to bring this back? He doesn't really have a way to deal with that M4A1 on the front line. That Panzer III is not going to be enough for him to deal with it, right? 3, 5, 8. No, it won't.
It's not enough. Even Comet, sacrificing Comet is not enough. And this is not targetable for air power. The only thing Spoos can do here is just drop the FW to have a fighter what is able to deal with the M4A1 and another fighter to at least stop the bomber, but with his top deck, the Mustang. John PX is able to clear the Blumen Voss and deploy the Mustang, incredible powerful after the recent buff, and able to just kill that FW with the deployment effect.
Spoos has to be frantically searching through his deck right now for that Leopold. That is definitely one way for him to get back into the game and kind of reset the board state a little bit. Also, one of the ways that he can possibly deal with that M4A1 in the front line. We have already seen the carpet bombing from Spoos this game, right? Or haven't we?
Yeah, I think so.
So he
or
is
did we?
holding,
I don't know.
I'm not sure, but he is holding Root out there. That could help him, but it's not going to get rid of anything off the board right now.
And that's why it doesn't help. So Spoos has to do something here. Probably trading the Panzer 3L into the M4A1. Maybe playing Sunstrike on top of that. Or playing Desperate Wolfpack. Night Hunters will kill something of John PX, but John PX has a lot of damage available to.
I mean, if he
a lot of units
both
available
units,
just to operate.
Yeah, and he's just gonna have 4 credits left after he operates all his units. That means that the only card it could hit would be the number 1 commando. But he's not even gonna deploy a unit. He's just going for the advanced US research. And now there is the threat of a penicillin next round, which I think would just seal the game, or possibly John PX getting 2 of those Manhattan projects, which will definitely end the game. Spoos, if he drops the Blackwatch now, he kind of has to, because otherwise he's just dead. But that does mean that he's not able to hit those Manhattan projects and push them up to 14 credits. So John PX has a clear path forward to finish this game with a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, a lot of people are holding these Black Watches in case of blocking Manhattan.
Oh, I wonder. I think this is all she wrote.
Project.
Yep, and with the gunship mission, that's going to be it. John PX takes
But
out
Spoos is
Spoos.
just able to hold it down.
You're lagging a little bit, Darkness. We all of a sudden
I'm
got like,
sorry for that.
we all of a sudden got like 30 seconds of your audio in about 2 seconds.
What?
It's pretty great. But with this, John PX, he's going to be our first qualifier into the grand finals of the Cards Open Singleton, beating out Spoos. Great run here from Spoos so far, but not able to go past John PX here in the semis. As we talked about earlier, Wild Eyes versus GK Sukov unfortunately had some technical issues, so we aren't able to spectate that match, but we can see the results of that right here. GK Sukov lost 1-2 against Wild Eyes, and that means we have our finals here, John PX versus Wild Eyes. That also means that we have our third place match, which is going to be Spoos versus GK Sukov, and that's what we're going to go into next. Spoos taking on GK Sukov, the fairly standard Singleton decks that we've seen from Spoos, taking on the Japan-infused, craziness that GK Sukov is bringing to the table. I'm really looking forward to this one, Darkness. Do you think Spoos has what it takes to claim the third place here, or is GK Sukov mounting an amazing comeback and placing on the podium here in his first tournament back?
Hard to say, because both decks, all decks are very, very powerful. Spoos has very, very strong control decks, maybe not a lot against air, and GK Sukov having a lot of these crazy decks, but with insane power potential with his fighters. Hard to predict. Maybe I would guess GK Sukov has an advantage based on his decks.
I would say you might be correct. I think GK Sukov might have a slight deck advantage, but I think Spoos definitely has the experience advantage, and he is a fresher player at the moment, having played continuously for quite a while, whereas GK Sukov is kind of grinding his way back into the competitive scene. But we are absolutely more than ready to go on into the bronze match here between Spoos and GK Sukov. We're going to do a quick little break. We're going to be back in about 5 minutes. And when we do, it's going to be Spoos versus GK Sukov. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back. We are here on the Cards Open Singleton. We're about to head on into the bronze match between Spoos and GK Sukov. Let's just jump straight on into the action. There's no need for us to wait. We've seen both of these guys' decks before, so we won't really spend a whole lot of time going over that. Spoos had his US deck banned. GK Sukov had his Japan deck banned, so no Japan, the Japanese kind of air-heavy deck being banned away from GK Sukov, and that makes sense given what you were talking about with Spoos' decks.
Yeah, definitely. And Rice's decision to just ban the Japan deck from Spoos, but GK Sukov banned the right deck too, because his Brit deck is a control deck struggling against the high value from Spoos US deck. So Rice's decision of GK Sukov here too. And now we're seeing this Brit mirror matchup, not a real mirror, because Spoos is bringing Brit Germany, Brit US control and ramp, and GK Sukov is bringing a Brit control with some Japan value here. Both are not having a great start in terms of power, in terms of tempo. They are just past the first turns, but GK Sukov is now able to play a 3-credit card, and he's choosing MI5.
Actually, I like that.
Yeah, just deny one card draw of Spoos here, pretty good.
Yeah, and because Spoos hadn't really played anything up until that point, I think, it was a pretty good kind of guess to say he probably doesn't have a whole lot of 4-drops in his deck, so playing the MI5 here could make him miss another turn.
Yeah, and Spoos, ooh, that hurts. Making GK Sukov losing his Mosquito by making him overdraw, retreating the K-Hawk. GK Sukov on his side is able to pin down the Rough Lightning with Sexton, and Spoos doesn't have a lot of ways to respond. He could play the Shelling to pin the Sexton as well, and getting rid of one credit slot. He's choose to play his Majesty's Chosen. We don't see his options, but he chooses the Kitty Hawk to find some removal for that early Sexton. What is indeed a pretty powerful and tempo card.
Yeah, Spoos, he's still leaving that Kitty Hawk just free to be traded by that Sexton. And GK Sukov could play the Sexton and, the Kitty Hawk with it as well. He can also play the Guard. So a lot of options here and early pressure coming out of GK Sukov. And we're seeing a slight bit of tempo here, a slightly higher tempo than we've seen in some of the earlier matches here today.
Indeed. With GK Sukov just aiming for the headquarter and preparing some damage to deal with. Well, of course, he's running some airplanes, and his win condition is to have some value control, and of course the power to kill the headquarter with his units and airplanes. Spoos on his side just choose to play second hand, I believe, and going for the card draw and research.
Negotiation.
Yeah, just played the Goshiken, attacked into the headquarter, setting up the power level here. What is Spoos going to do? Just pinning, playing with Monty?
So I would say that's kind of the plus side here for Spoos is that he had that Monty. He's also got that shelling in hand. He's got that daylight bombing if he wants to deal with that Sexton. I'm not sure if he should play it now or if he should play it later, because he can use those 4 credits on something else this turn without having to worry about the Sexton next turn.
But maybe Spoos wants to use his Rough Lightning, so it would be smart to kill the Sexton to not getting pinned over and over again. But he just chooses to play the Mustang and hit the most valuable target here, being able to get rid of the Goshiken, and very, very powerful fighter here, because it's immune during your turn.
Yeah.
Now GK Sukov having a lot of options available, maybe doesn't know exactly what to do. He could pin these units, but he's not getting the card draw you usually wants to get, but he still using this to deploy his... I forgot the name. What is this tank?
It's Comet or something?
Comet,
Like
yeah, it's British
A36
Comet.
Comet or something? I think it's something like that.
Yes, you're right. Boost very fast, taking out that Comet and being able to use daylight bombing to kill the Sexton. Now everything's unpinned again, and GK Sukov has to deal with these units using Amphibious Assault to kill the Rough Lightning. Fair 1-for-1 trade, and guarding his Kitty Hawk and HQ to not getting attacked by the Mustang.
Yeah, Spoos, on the other hand, he has so many options in hand right now. Opting to continue on with the research, it appears. Surely he's going for, advanced royal research, and he's going for the Bletchley, I would assume there. But, of course, GK Sukov is holding on to that Blackwatch to hit that Bletchley if he does get the chance to do it. So, wondering what Spoos is going to do here, if he's just going to keep that Mustang chilling in the back line, or if he's going to play something else alongside it. Something like the #1 Commando might be good to get that out, but then he doesn't have use of that Ultra, so prioritizing the Ultra over additional board presence.
Playing Ultra makes sense, and GK Sukov is just running into this. Spoos blocking second hand, drawing another honey, and GK Sukov is not having a lot of options. Well, he can just attack with his Kitty Hawk. He could deploy the Ulster rifles. He chooses that, but he needs to hold the Blackwatch. If Spoos is going for the research now, getting the Bletchley Park, going for the win, GK Sukov is able to play the Black Watch, hitting 2, 3, 4, 5 orders.
Yeah. There
5
it is.
orders, including Batchley Park, making this impossible for Spoos to play this card anymore, unless he's finding a lot of ramp. And this is hurting Spoos so much.
Yeah, and GK Sukov continuing to prioritize going to face instead of trading those units, and now moving up the Ulcer rifles and the Japanese guard unit, threatening 6 damage in the front line. He also has that Lancaster bomber in hand, so things are starting to look fairly dangerous here for Spoos. However, he does still have quite a few options. He's got the Coldstream guards, he's got the Albacore, so he's able to guard up and pin this turn. He's got the shelling, so he just locks everything down, removes credit off of GK Sukov and slows him down a little bit. So definitely not game over here for Spoos, but I would say he is a little bit on the back foot right now, given that GK Sukov has cards like the Blade of the Samurai in hand at the moment.
Yeah, it's indeed not looking very well for Spoos because of these increased operation costs and the 14 credits Batchley Park. Well, of course, Batchley Park is incredible powerful, but you need to spend a lot of resources and credits, and if you're getting blocked to use it, it's not that powerful anymore.
That was a big Rule Britannia here.
Yeah, GK Sukov able to get a massive buff on 2-3 units, having a lot of board presence here for Spoos to deal with. Well, Spoos still has this number 1 commander dropped, so he can play the Albacore onto the 61st Infantry Regiment, trading with the Honey to run the number 1 commando into the Ulster Rifles, at least removing the front line, and maybe trading additionally into the Honey with the Mustang.
Yeah.
Looks like we are just waiting for him to execute exactly what I described.
Yep, exactly. As you predicted, Darkness looks like the Mustang is also going to be making a trade with that Honey. The Coldstream guards coming out to guard things as well. And that naval support could help him out, especially alongside that HMS Illustrious later on. Might help him out getting a 3-3 bomber, but opting to just use it on the Coldstream guards. 4-4 body in the back line means that it's going to trade against the Kitty Hawk if GK Sukov decides to start opening up that path to the HQ.
Ooh, GK Sukov finding an additional Saxon or Lancaster. Going for the Lancaster here, the damage to his face. Killing with Blade of the Samurai, very powerful removal card. Being able to just attack with Kitty Hawk here. Continue the pressure. Spoos is able to drop the Manchester and precision bombing to get rid of that Kitty Hawk, saving his board presence and headquarter for now. But GK Sukov does has 2 Lancaster available. Spoos better dropping. We can do it soon, so he's not dying against 2 of these.
Look at that AA Barrage as well. That's a card we don't see a lot in standard decks, but that could actually be MVP here because it will allow him to pin that Manchester, meaning that Spoos is not able to get rid of that Lancaster bomber.
Well, retreat. He can retreat the Manchester, yes, allowing Spoos to play it again, killing his Lancaster, but having the second Lancaster available to finish him next turn.
Yes. It's gonna take so many credits here for Spoos to deal with it, with that Manchester being retreated, that he shouldn't be able to mount a defense against the other Lancaster.
Yeah. If GK Sukov didn't retreat that Manchester, Spoos could have traded into the first and dropped the Spitfire to protect. But now Spoos' only choice is to play this Manchester again, getting rid of Lancaster, and waiting for Sukov to finish the game. GG,
There we
game number
go.
1.
GK Sukov taking the first game here in the third place match against Spoos. British deck, check. So this means that we're going to see GK Sukov bring his US deck in the following match. What do you think Spoos is going to be bringing? Does he bring his Brit deck or his German deck?
Well, he has to win with both, so I assume he's bringing his comfort deck, and this is Brit. I think, I didn't ask him, but we're seeing British coming from Spoos again. But I think GK Sukov, his ramp value deck with some fighters and damage potential from Japan is very well prepared against both of Spoos decks. So I see GK Sukov favorite here, not because he's leading 1-0, but because his deck list looks well prepared against what Spoos is bringing.
So one thing that I want to highlight right off the bat, there are, 5 orders currently in the hand of GK Sukov. He just played one. There used to be 6. And there is a Blackwatch in the hand of Spoos. And that could become a quick, big problem here for GK Sukov if Spoos gets that Blackwatch out before he gets rid of some of those orders.
That's true. That is very true, Ollie. But GK Sukov does have some ramp available. So what is he going to do? Is he going for the ramp? No, he's just dropping the M41. And Spoos is now able to retreat that or to play the Blackwatch.
I'm expecting him to retreat because the way we've seen players use Blackwatch in this tournament is to counter that research and kind of when they know that they are able to do something. Also, this is the 3rd or 4th time that Spoos has retreated a unit and caused his opponent to overdraw. It looks like he is very, very much aware of the hand size of his opponent and when he can use that Wrath Lightning effectively to make him overdraw. He's going to overdraw again because he did play the War Bonds and he only has room for 1 draw in his hand. So he's going to overdraw now at the start of this turn again.
Even without the overdraw, this was a very effective Wrath Lightning. GK Sukov just used 4 credits to deploy the M41, and Spoos denied that progress in terms of board pressing with a single Wrath Lightning, deploying a fighter, retreating the M41. But Spoos still didn't play his Blackwatch, with GK Sukov having right now, even after playing Carrier Cover, 2, 3, 5 orders in his hand. If Spoos would have known that, he just would have played the Blackwatch for sure.
Absolutely. But Spoos now establishing a massive aerial presence there, and things aren't looking great for GK Sukov. But a Death from Above and a Blade of the Samurai all of a sudden evens the playing field, and Spoos doesn't really have a ton of good options to play here. The Lancaster, he needs 1 credit to be able to hit face with that on the turn that he plays it. He has nothing to pin with the Sexton, nothing to pin with the Albacore, and no target to hit with the Mosquito. So a little bit of a weird situation here for Spoos, where you kind of want to not play any of your cards in this turn because you want that additional value from it.
Yeah, you're right. So Spoos just choosing the War Bonds and the Pioneer Company, leaving 3 credits behind. And GK Sukov should expect an Ultra now, maybe testing this with for Freedom, but he didn't trigger an Ultra because there is not, and he's deploying Corsair, and that means he's blocking his headquarter from the Lancaster.
Yeah, and I obviously we have no clue if GK Sukov realized the threat of the Lancaster in Spoos' hand there, but playing the Corsair, absolutely the correct play there from GK Sukov, and even the Mosquito can't do enough to deal with it. He has to use both the Mosquito and the air power to get rid of the Corsair. So
Well, he's deploying the Albacore first to pin that and give an additional small unit for the potential destruction effect. 33% still hitting the Mosquito, that hurts. But I assume GK Tsukov is aware of the danger of Lancaster, because he just finished Spoos the last turn with 2 of those.
That's true. But he has nothing to defend against it right now, so that Lancaster can come out this turn for Spoos and put GK Sukov down to 3 HP.
He could, but this would be easily traded, and Spoos doesn't have any follow-up blitz or instant damage, so it would be
Double
quite bad
Sexton.
to just go for
That's
the Lancaster here. 2 Sexton on the other side, pinning down both units, is huge. GK Tsukov does have Empire of the Sun, and this card is one of the best removal cards. He's able to just destroy a unit and draw as many cards as this unit has attack. So he just drew 3 cards out of this, and I think this card is a game changer.
It is, and now that M4A1 is no longer pinned, but it is only at 5 HP, so if the Lancaster comes out, it can kill it, and the B-17 will remain pinned as well, so it shouldn't be as easy of a trade for GK Sukov as earlier on.
Am I wrong, or does have Spoos lethal here? With Lancaster 5 damage into the face, and Sexton 3 damage.
Absolutely, you are absolutely correct. It's not even that complex to see. The Sexton attacks face, and the Lancaster just goes directly into face, and it's just lethal.
Yeah, you just need to count to 8.
I struggle. You know I struggle, Darkness. If 7 is hard enough, then 8 is even harder. And Spoos,
what is Spoos doing?
What?
I don't understand.
What?
Don't ask me. Maybe he just misclicked. Do we have maybe a chat message of Spoos? What he was thinking about that?
Well, GK Sukov certainly noticed.
Yeah. That's blurry for me. Can you read that?
Oh, oops. I somehow thought you would kill me, I guess. But I'm not sure how things go now because of that Wildcat. What is that 3/3 fighter called that gives the HQ smoke screen? Isn't it Wildcat?
Yeah, I think it's Wildcat.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Well, you never know what's happening. Even if we think a game is over, it's only over when one HQ is destroyed. So
true.
this game will continue. Spoos deployed an East Surrey regiment and played We Can Do It to buff his units. B-17 still pinned, but GK Tsukov able to deploy an P-40 Killyhawk, and We Can Do It as well. And with Divine Wind killing that nasty Sexton, he's losing this Awoken Giant, this possible best card for him to getting discarded, because he wants the Burst of Fire for the damage potential, and air defense is nice to have as well.
Yeah, air defense is a great one for him to have, but man, Spoos must be kicking himself watching this one back, realizing that he had lethal there but missed it. I can say from my own personal first-hand experience that this happens to the best of us. So nothing to be ashamed of here,
Yeah, that's right. I remember myself, and the last World Championship, I missed Lethal as well. Well, talking about the last World Championships, there were a lot of missed Lethal from nearly all of the top players. I think 50% missed Lethal at some point, and some of them multiple times in just one game.
Okay. So, looking at what spoos can possibly do to win this game now, that's not a great card for GK Sukov to find. That's definitely going to be pretty painful. Nurse Cadet Corps can be used to effectively end the game, I believe, next turn.
Yeah, this buff is pretty powerful, but I think he holds this
Monty!
to deny and carpet bombing. Spoos is finding Monty here, able to pin everything. That is great. Deploying a bomber to get even more card draw, and just playing the Black Watch to have something on the board.
Spoos might come
GK
back.
Sukov just playing Cadet Nurse, buffing everything to massive planes. This is the power of the US.
So Spoos
late game.
Spoos has the shelling, so he can move the. Oh no, he needs to get rid of the Wildcat. Oh my god, that's going to be his problem. He needs to get to the HQ. That's going to be the issue that he has.
Wait, no, it's not enough because he's missing 2 credits. He's missing 2 credits in the next turn with activating Rule Britannia, having an 8/8 with Fury, but because of the P40, he's not able to attack twice because of the increased operation costs.
That's true.
Ooh.
Oh,
Jiketsuko not able to do anything here.
That is so close. But you were absolutely correct.
Oh no, Spoos lost his Royal Research. Well, even with synthetic rubber, still the increased operation costs are an issue.
This is so
we thought this game is over like 3 minutes ago, and it's still so intense. What is Spoos going to do here? Maybe he's just taking out one bomber.
Yeah, but he needs to. It's not going to be enough with that burst of fire there, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't know there's a burst of fire.
10. Yeah, GK Sukov has exactly enough credits to finish the game with the burst of fire next turn.
But Spoos can't just trade into the Wildcat because he cannot allow GK Sukov to trade the bomber to let him trade the Blackboard with the bombers. Ooh.
This should be it.
No, GK Sukov.
This should be it. Darkness.
Should be.
GK Sukov has noticed that he does have lethal. Unfortunate there for Darkness, for Spoos, missing lethal earlier on, and effectively dropping the game from it. But GK Sukov placing third here, taking out Spoos in this third place match in his first tournament back in quite a while. Welcome back to the scene.
Sometimes one mistake is just enough to win a game or to lose a game. Congratulations to GK Sukov reaching place 3 here, member of Team Synergy, eliminating the last member of Team Radiant Gaming. And do you know the prizes, Ollie? What did GK Sukov and Spoos got here from this game? Like, let me check. Place 5 till 16, so everyone participating here in this bracket are getting 5 packs. Spoos got 10 packs and GK Sukov got 20 packs.
Yes.
That's nice.
Yeah. I know. Like back when sukov was competing in the World Championship, it was missing quite a bit from his collection. I think it was just maybe around 60% at that time. So, I think
Yeah,
he's going to be able to use those packs pretty well. So,
I think he's just another free-to-play player.
indeed he is. Indeed he is. All right, let's jump into the decks here now for the finals. It's going to be John PX taking on Wild Eyes. Wild Eyes, we've seen him around for quite a while, but now he's in the finals and he can take down a tournament. It feels like he's kind of overdue on that one. But we've seen John PX's decks before. We haven't seen Wild Eyes' decks before, so we're not going to spend too much time here going through the list of John PX. He's got Britain, he's got Germany, he's got US. Let's just bring up Wild Eyes and see what is new there. Darkness, why don't you take us through these deck lists?
We didn't saw Wild Eyes decks yet because of Dynamo just dropping out and technical issues with the semifinal. So these are Wild Eyes decks. He's bringing his first deck is US Brit, Ram Control, very similar to all decks we already saw. With this one, the second is Brit US, Control Ramp, very similar to all these decks we saw. But this is kind of new. The third deck is Soviet US, and we already saw a Soviet deck so far. But this is a little bit different. This contains a lot of control elements, for sure. But this is not just stick to these control elements. This includes RAM cards as well. Like you can see the War Machine, these 332 Engineers Battalion, War Bonds, Workers Unite. So this deck definitely tries to keep up the control and the level of the late game value with the other US and Brit decks.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's jump on into the games. I am really excited to see how these will play out. As another Earthquake hits.
This is the first deck, the first game of Wild Eyes we are seeing today. I don't know the result yet. I didn't spoil it. And well, of course, this is a teammate of me, Team Ammo, fighting in the finals here against John PX. Both players are quite strong, mostly seen around top 30 on the ladder, and both players didn't have any tournament wins yet, but this will change.
Yep,
this will change right now.
It will change. There's no chance that these players won't have a tournament win between them after this finals.
You're right.
One thing we can guarantee. We can't guarantee when the game is over. We can't guarantee who's going to win, but we can't guarantee that one of these guys is going to win.
So Wild Eyes here keeping his RAM card and the research. Of course, research is a pretty powerful mechanic in late game, so I'm not surprised seeing a lot of these in the Singleton tournament. Although in Constructed, you're rarely seeing research because it's just too slow, too expensive. Well, I just forgot my point. Continue, please.
No, I mean, I think you're correct, right? Like when you're playing Constructed on the ladder, normally you're dealing with a lot more efficient decks, right? You're dealing with decks that are kind of built to kill you within the 12 turns. Whereas in Singleton, you're much more going for the late game value. It's much more of a kind of slugfest trading back and forth. And one of the things that I'm learning a lot from just watching this tournament is how Singleton plays massively differently from Constructed. And I think Singleton moving forward has the potential of being a really fun game mode that could sporadically be available within the client, in my opinion. So I'm quite liking what we're seeing so far, and the way it's kind of different from maybe what we're used to seeing on an average day or in an average tournament.
Yeah, for sure. It's fun to build up new decks, new ideas, having some different rules. For sure, Ollie. I don't think this is good to have included like all time.
No.
Because this would spread the
Yes.
the amount of game modes furthermore, and Cards is sadly not having a very big player base. But of course, for some temporarily fun and events and maybe some prizes, this is an amazing idea.
Yeah, and Wild Eyes here now, he has options to ramp. He also has options to repair his ground units or go into the research. But ramping would be the most credit efficient thing that he can do at the moment.
Yes, War Bonds looks like the way to go here. I'm expecting him to play that, because turn 5 this is just most efficient. Sure, he's not able to deal with the honey and albacore right now, but getting the additional credits and the additional card will help him. But he's taking his time to consider his moves. You know, White Eyes is a chess player, so it's usual for him to spend a lot of time of thinking. And looks like he's just deploying the Re1 flying bomb. Personally, I don't know why.
I quite like it, and the reason why I like it is because it means that the Cuban Cossacks, that John PX isn't able to trade them out with the honey and the albacore without losing the honey. But John PX is holding, if he was holding some sort of removal, if he was holding like a patrol or something, I think this was a dangerous move, right? It was a risky move, but it could very well play out here.
Yeah, he's training a little bit more efficient.
See, and John, he decided to just go for the draw there and do the trade himself. I don't know if he should have traded by himself there. I would have honestly just taken the albacore and attacked face or something, because if Wild Eyes is going to be trading anyways,
he would have traded the albacore. And it's nice to have an bomber on the field. Well, White Eyes now having 6 credit and choice between the Mustang and War Machine. War Ones. But looks like he's going for a different move again. Choosing the single ramp and deploying some units.
Milk truck coming out there, but the B-25 Mitchell could do a lot of work here for John PX. If that hits the 845th rifles, that's going to be extremely, extremely good for him. Not too bad that it hits the milk truck. However, the 845th rifles are fairly slow marching across the field, so not a huge amount of concern right now for John PX. But that
Mustang or Avenger. I would go for the Avenger to safe kill the Mitchell, but White Eyes just choose to play the Mustang and hits a 50-50 chance. Well, of course, even if he hit the albacore, John PX would have needed to trade into the Mustang and used a lot of credits cost for that. So that wouldn't be too bad unless he choose to use Bolster's ranks, so Mitchell would survive. Interesting choices from White Eyes here, I might say. But John PX losing slightly the control about the board. He's losing the board presence. Sure, he can play something like Grenadier Guards, but White Eyes having the Avenger.
He can carpet and then trade the albacore into the Mustang, clear the board, but yeah, it just resets the board. No units remain, and the initiative is passed over to Wild Eyes. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have a card to make use of that. If he did have those 10 credits, that Joseph Stalin would be coming out, but unfortunately, one turn away.
Well, Workers Unite, not a bad card. Drawing 2 cards, gaining 1 credit. He got the Hellcat. He could deploy that, but we know John PX is having the B17 available. So White Eyes would just lose the Hellcat on the spot. So he's definitely considering, does he wants to play the Hellcat or not? Because John PX is running a lot of removal, like Gunship Mission and more small removal. So
I mean, he doesn't know it, but John PX wouldn't really have an opportunity to deal with it in the front line because the gunship mission only hits targets in the support line. So relatively safe that Hellcat at the moment, but
unless John PX is going for the B17.
Yeah.
But of course, White Eyes can deal with that too. With the TBF Avenger or with the 10 credit. What's the name again?
Minority Recruits.
Minority Recruits. Thank you, Ollie. To steal the B17. This would be fun as well.
Yeah.
But sadly, Wild Eyes has one red banner at his hand and not an Euro factory to upgrade the B17 into a Pershing. But maybe the TBF Avenger is going to get an upgrade here. Let's see what John P.
That's a great point. That's a great point, Darkness. That red banner play on the Avenger is going to pull out a Pershing. Now he can attack and he can play the Joseph Stalin, and I think that puts a ton of pressure on board here for Wild Eyes and puts John PX into immediate defense mode. Forces him to play the B17 next turn. The ISU kind of does the same thing because the double damage on the HQ, it is effectively an 8-6 against the HQ. So not a terrible play either, keeping the Joseph Stalin for later. But that's
I think
could be a game changer here.
Yes, great removal top deck here for John PX. I think White Eyes just played the ISU as test tank, but Joseph Stalin is better. But he's testing for something like Avenger or B17 to not lose the 8-8 tank and only the ISU.
Yeah, the downside here for John PX is that he doesn't have the 13 credits that he would need to be able to play the B17 and the Death from Above within the same turn. So he's actually a little bit stuck here and has to go for the 50-50, and it looks like it's going to hit the Hellcat. It's not what he wanted to see. So
I really wondered why John PX didn't play the Airbound, sacrificing this into the Hellcat and safe kill with Death from Above, the ISU. But now Wild Eyes is able to drop the TBF Avenger, kill the Grenadier Guards, and attack Headquarter with ISU. What is huge.
Yeah, and that deals 7 damage. It would have dealt 8, but that Jasco mitigating 1 damage there for John PX. But now an air power off the top for John PX. That's a huge pull for him. Would allow him to deal with that ISU completely and would give him enough credits remaining to play that B17. And without the Avenger in hand for Wild Eyes, he isn't able to deal with that B17 off of a deployment effect. But as you talk about, he does have those minority recruits. So if he wants to lure them over to his side, that is also a possibility. But he doesn't even have to do that. He can play the KW, he can play the P39 Air Cobra. He has multiple options here. He could even do something like, ramp and then play the fighter if he wanted to. So
he could just play Joseph Stalin. Well,
yep.
Predicting these moves, John PX, I think John PX would react onto Joseph Stalin with bolstering the B17, able to trade the Joseph Stalin with gunship mission or airborne on top of bolsters B17. But this opens the B17 with 0 operation costs for minority recruits to steal that for Wild Eyes.
Yeah, that's a great point. And we're seeing it. The bolster the ranks comes out, and it does indeed hit the Joseph Stalin that gets traded. But now the minority recruits can take it back. Oh, he actually has multiple options here. Because he's got that Era Cobra in hand, he can play the Siberian Transfer, trade the 101st Airborne, push it into the front line, then Red Banner. He has a lot of different options to deal with this without risking his HQ this turn.
I wouldn't move this tank to the front line because the Air Cobra would protect the created unit, the created 7 credit unit like ISU or something. But I still think I would just steal the B-17, maybe even attacking phase, because 8 damage will cause 7 damage because of Jesko. What is just a lot. It's exactly the half of John PX's current HP.
Yeah, and John PX now needs to find a way to deal with that B-17. He has the carrier.
He top-decked.
And it puts it
air carrier.
It puts it back into his hands, of course, because he is still considered the original owner, even though Wild Eyes is the one that is controlling that unit. So he reclaims his B-17 right off the top there. And maybe is that enough to help him do something this game? I don't know.
Ooh. Well, looks like White Eyes is not able to kill the Caslina, meaning John PX is getting additional card draw next turn while having B-17 available.
Oh, but what a great roll there in the front line from Wild Eyes. I mean, he still has to hit the 50-50 to get rid of that 7-7 in the front line, especially that the Katyusha is now available. And he's actually, he would probably struggle dealing with that. Ooh, what can he do? He can play Gunship Mission and trade. That's going to cost him 4 credits to trade out the Era Cobra.
He could run the Hellcat plus Kasrina into that 7-7 infantry and locking the Air Cobra with air defense. Or he has enough for Mustang, right? Like 4-6-6, yes. He's able to kill the frontline unit and deploy Mustang.
Yeah, I mean, this is all about the Jasko at this point in time. If John PX is going to win this game, it's going to be because of that Jasko, and it kind of giving him that little bit extra that he needs. And does Wild Eyes take the bait? Does he take the Air Cobra and attack directly into the HQ before anything else? That's going to be killed by the air defense, but no, he's going to attack with the infantry first, deciding to trade on into the front line. If he takes the -4 damage there, the air defense is going to kill that unit, and indeed it does. But 2 damage being dealt to the HQ. Man, this is so close. And because of that Jasko, he doesn't have the ability to finish this off with the Katyusha. Wow.
Yeah, that Jasko is stopping the damage of Katyusha completely. But White Eyes could have go for more damage by deploying Katyusha, attacking the small infantry unit first. So there's more overwhelming damage for the infantry regiment.
So what do you think
causing in 1 or 2 more damage? But of course, John PX had the air defense, would have killed the Katyusha, and the infantry regiment would have survived. White Eyes just offered the Katyusha as a gift for John PX, knowing he's not able to finish anything with the Katyusha through Jasko. And
that's what I was wondering. I was wondering about that Katyusha play.
Yeah, I was wondering why he didn't attack this infantry regiment first to deal more damage. Finally, John PX is deploying the Mustang, and he's able to get rid of the KV1.
Yeah, it's a good point. That Katyusha is being played there as an extra target for the B-17. That makes a lot of sense. He knows that B-17 was sitting in hand and waiting, so...
There's no B-17.
Not anymore.
It was just an additional unit, so he can maybe save his Air Cobra a little longer to attack into the headquarter. Because White Eyes is struggling to find enough damage here.
Oh, he is. He is. The KW.
Maybe he should just go for card war here. For Warbonds and Parade.
Yeah, the KV1.
KV1 is not dealing a lot of damage through Jesko. But the We Can Do It buff will keep it alive a little longer. Unless John PX
1 damage, 2 damage, 3 damage. There's a Catalina. And that Catalina is doing work for the KV1.
Well, without that Jesko.
Yeah, that would be game over, but what do you play now if you are John PX? You got the Avenger and you got the B-17. It's a 50-50.
You could kill with Hellcat the KV1, and no, Avenger would be not enough. Can he just trade? Yeah, he can trade the Mustang and Kaslina to KV1, dropping the Avenger to clear the board. That's possible.
Yes, you're correct. But he does not notice it.
Well, he don't needs to.
No, he would have. He would have lost. He would have lost if that KV1 lives. Because
no, he attacked first.
Drop.
He attacked first. So KV1 was the only target with 5 HP and more, and
yeah, I get you.
Precisely killed that with Avenger. White Eyes going for the Parade.
Oh.
He didn't find something good here. He needs to go for the Heroes of Soviet Union and find KV1. This would finish the game if he's finding another KV1 because of the extra draw of Kaslina.
Wow, that would be a story to be told if Wild Eyes were to find another KV1 there, and that Catalina being the result, resulting in the death of John PX there. The Tomaskaya.
He's just deploying another guard and trading here.
But there's now 7 damage that is able to bypass both of those guard units.
And John PX found, and we can do it. Ooh, this is even getting harder for Wild Eyes to get through this 5 HP headquarter.
Yeah, this has definitely been a rough battle ever since Wild Eyes got John PX up against the ropes, but hasn't been able to land that final blow. And John PX now going to be trading out that KW, that KV tank that's guarding the HQ. Looks like he's moving the Mustang up into the front line. Then, he didn't play it?
He didn't play it yet, because there's obviously nothing for White Eyes to attack the headquarter yet. So this is just a save for John PX.
So he can play the B-17 and he can Ural it if he wants to.
Yes, but he don't want to Ural it now.
No, because he won't be able to attack with the Persian.
Yes. Heroes of the Soviet Union didn't find KV1. Well, it's too late to deploy this right now and to finish John PX with that. Going for the first rifles here, interesting choice. Oh, and he just choose to use your factory right now to create a Pershing.
Yeah, I
get
think
a
it makes
Pershing here.
sense. I think it makes sense because what we didn't realize maybe is that that B-17 would have been pushed out of the guard range from that light
Oh,
infantry unit spawning, and would have been a free trade there for the Mustang. So definitely makes sense for him to drop the Pershing down at that turn, forcing
look at
basically a
that.
trade.
John PX got the high altitude bombing, able to kill that little infantry guard with high altitude bombing, killing the Pershing and the Amur train. White Eyes left with the Corsair. Still a good card.
There's still a chance. There's still a chance.
Still a chance.
Man, these are some
and
intense games here in this Singleton tournament.
John PX overdrawing the land lease. He's drawing a lot of cards. He don't need that.
Yeah. There's so much card draw right now here for John PX, and you know he also has the ability to put his headquarters under smokescreen if he needs to. So wonder what we're gonna see him do here. Atlantic Convoy is the first choice. He gets the Warhawk.
Warhawk and Joffy. A very nice card, tank duplicating itself when moving to the front line. And John PX chooses to play depth charges, protect his headquarters, so he doesn't need to deal with the Corsair right now. Able to deploy even more units, or just buffing his units and trade into here. Well, White Eyes finally found the 6th Air Brigade, but the headquarter is smoke screened and the front line is blocked. So White Eyes is only able to deploy the B-17, hoping that this is hitting the Mustang. No, it's hitting the 3-credit fighter in the back line. Definitely not what he was aiming for, while John PX is drawing a hell lot of cards.
Yep. And it looks like that might be all she wrote here, with the Hellcat coming into the front line and finishing things off for John PX as he claims the first win in this finals series between himself and Wild Eyes. Close game. Really, really close game. And now John PX just one win away from his first tournament title, the Cards Open Singleton champion. Wild Eyes, however, needs to win 2 games back to back if he wants to bring this back.
White Eyes switched to his US deck and having quite a decent start here with Evoking Giant and 332nd Engineers Battalion. I don't know if he's choosing to keep the Hellcat. No, he's not. I wonder why he didn't hold the Awoken Giant. Usually this is a strong early game card, able to deal with any aggression of the opponent. But John PX is running a lot of removal and draw deny, so White Eyes probably not expecting a lot of early units here, while we can just see the Whirlwind in his hand. John PX having a lot of discard and draw deny, and he got the ramp. That hurts a lot. He just discarded the 332nd Engineers Battalion, able to play MI5 to denote the draw White Eyes.
I still think, Wild Eyes has a really interestingly good curve here. John PX isn't able to stop his draw from the upcoming turn, so that we can do it. It's more than likely going to be hitting 3 units plus the HQ and drawing him a card, giving him a really, really powerful board here early. that John PX is definitely going to have a little bit of an issue clawing himself back against, I would say.
That's true, but even if Right Eyes is buffing 3 units, John PX with turn 5 Admiral Hipper is going to retreat that guard, the Seaforth Highlander, denying card draw and denying credit gain.
He also found the Wrath Lightning, so he can basically do two turns of bounce now before either of these units ever make it into the front line.
Yeah, that's true. And maybe John PX is choosing to play the Rough Lightning first to make sure he's getting rid of both buffs from Recon Druid Heater, sending the Seaforth Highlander back to the hand of White Eyes. White Eyes not having a lot of options here, unlike moving these to the front, deploying Seaforth Highlander once again, but as we noticed, the Admiral Hipper is just waiting.
Yeah, and Admiral Hipper does not mind if you are in the front line. It will still return you into the hand of your owner, and that's going to be a rough one if he does play that on that Isuri and return it back. He could even play it on the Seaforth Highlanders if he wants to force more credits to be spent, but it looks like he just wants to play the Panther A. I don't hate that either. I mean, there's not enough presence on the board right now for Wild Eyes to deal with that Panther A, so blocking
it's
the
more
draw
credit efficient.
Kind of makes sense. Yeah. So what do you do here if you're Wild Eyes? Do you Wrath Lightning the Wrath Lightning, or do you Wrath Lightning the Panther?
That's brave.
And forcing an overdraw.
That is very brave. I wouldn't go for the additional draw deny against myself. I would not retreat the Panther A. Maybe the Rough Lightning and moving the Seaforth Highlander to the front to play ping pong back and forth till I'm able to use Seaborn Invasion or find any more card draw.
Yeah, I mean, I think the opportunity there was definitely to mill potentially a huge card with the overdraw from John PX. If he mills there something like the Leopold or the Admiral Hipper that Wild Eyes doesn't know that John has in hand, then it could be pretty big for him.
Well, but milling one card is not as effective as getting a card denied. White Eyes only has 3 cards and John PX has 9.
Yeah.
So I don't think.
You also got a question. You also got a question a little bit like that Fog of War. It doesn't have a ton of value either for Wild Eyes at the moment. He doesn't have a good target to use it on from John PX.
That's true. And unless he's able to make himself give himself more card draw with this, or just getting rid of a very unnecessary unit of John PX to control the card draw of him, this Fog of War is not effective at all. So White Eyes just choose to go face here and starting to pressure. Not a bad decision, depending on the current state.
Sky Barons taking out that Wrath Lightning and drawing John PX a U16, which is going to force Wild Eyes to pick one of his cards to discard at the start of next turn.
Well, I am expecting to discard Fog of War.
Yeah. And I assume he's just going to keep going face, considering how he's been playing it, but that health it's going to die to that careless
It's going to die. There it is. Careless Talk. Rip. Poor Hellcat. With that Hellcat, it would have been a little closer. But in 2 turns, John PX is able to deploy the Leopold. And even if Wild Eyes is getting a good Seaborn Invasion next turn, And he surely plays that because there's not a lot to do besides that.
He kind of has to.
Yeah, but John PX blocked his support line. He's not able to deploy Leopold right now. And if this would have been 2 6/6 units for Wild Eyes,
Yeah.
this would put John PX in a very dangerous situation.
That's actually a great point. John PX would have been in a tough spot there. But the carpet bombing coming out, that's going to take care of only one card on the field, but he has some additional credits, so possible for him to trade out more effectively if he wants to.
Yeah, he's able to trade quite effective.
Yeah. You take the Panzer 35.
Maybe he could have traded the Easter Regiment to reduce even more damage potential, but White Eyes is not having a lot of cards, so John PX is relatively safe, even with it, especially with the top deck. The War Machine is not helping White Eyes at all. He's able to deal 5 more damage or trade the entire board, but he doesn't have any cards left.
No, he doesn't have any cards left, and I think Wild Eyes can fairly confidently expect the Leopold to come out next turn. When you look at the kind of final trade made last turn from John PX, he effectively sacrificed one of his units to bring that Easter Egg down to 1 HP, and you wouldn't really do that unless you were trying to make space for something in the support line. So would not surprise me if he's expecting that Leopold to come out, but
he don't even has to do
exactly
this. Like, he can just drop autocannon, Wirbelwind, killing the Easter Regiment, killing with Sudden Strike, or even Comet. He's trading here, trading there, trading everything, having autocannon ready. Wild Eyes finally
finding all his draw,
finding something to do. Maybe he could even raid for the air defense to play carpet bombing next turn plus air defense to catch the Comet.
So yeah, he could, and with that 101st Airborne, he has the ability to snipe that autocannon as well. So potential here, potential.
Well, but a lot of damage potential for John PX. That's for sure. And the Comet is coming as well. 4 damage plus 2 from autocannon. Wild Eyes is now able to drop the carpet bombing.
Carpet bomb and air defense.
Air defense, yes.
And not play anything.
No. Not play anything. He don't need the extra credit.
Now he's just hoping. Oh my god, that Wolfpack could hit the air defense.
But even more important, the best discard, sure, but this is another draw deny. Impossible.
Unmöglich.
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 You're doing great.
Thank you. But now
John PX have an annihilation ready. Oh, that hurts to watch getting discarded. The Avenger and and the Airborne. John PX now able to play Fog of War onto the Honey to effectively remove the card warps the next 2 turns.
Yeah, and that Tiger IE is probably gonna mean that this is all she wrote for Wild Eyes, because he can only play that Honey. He's not going to be able to stop that Panzer III from taking the front line, meaning that the Tiger IE is going to have a perfect path to the HQ in the coming turn after that. The HQ is going to be left at 7 HP. And just like that, John PX, our competitor from Belarus, becomes the Cards Open Singleton champion. congratulations to John PX for winning the tournament. Congratulations to all the other top 8 players for making it this far. We do hope you thoroughly enjoyed this tournament as much as we enjoyed watching you play it. And Darkness, one more tournament where Wild Eyes was so close but so far, and John PX really showing up and delivering under pressure.
Yeah. Well, at least this is tournament experience, and this was one of the special tournaments without prize money. So the prizes are packs. He got 30 packs, what is a lot, and the winner, John PX, congratulations, you got 50 packs for you. That's huge. That is really massive. Talking about Wild Eyes, I know he has a full collection and don't need the 50 packs. So I think he's glad to got this tournament experience and to learn from this tournament and to learn from his mistakes to improve, to prepare for the next one as ambitious member of Team Ammo. And yeah, I was kind of surprised by John PX taking the win here. From the top 4, there were 3 team members and John PX as Lonely Wolf, and he made it. He just battled through all the teams and won this tournament. Congratulations, man.
Yeah, John PX is going to have some emails in his inbox from all the different teams that are forming around Kards now, having secured himself a tournament win. But like you said, this is not the last tournament of the year, and tournament experience is supremely valuable. What's going to be coming up next is going to be happening in March. So around the 16th of March, we're going to be doing the Kards Blitz, a week where we're going to host 32 or 64 4 to 8 man tournaments, where the winner of each tournament is going to qualify for the main event in the following weekend. That main event is going to have a $1,000 prize pool, and we're going to have in-game prizes for all the smaller tournaments. So stay tuned over the course of next week for more information on how this will all go down. But I definitely hope to see as many of you there as possible. There are not going to be any restrictions on the deck, so you just bring whatever you're bringing to the ladder. You can bring the same deck multiple times. You can bring 3 different decks. We don't care. We're trying to make this as easy as possible for everyone to get into and have fun in. So by all means, let us know if you're interested in joining that. Join the 983 Discord. Talk to Mark, Christo, Bringer, and all the people on the team over there. They're doing amazing things for the community. And now, before we sign off, Darkness, are there any things that you want to say? Any shameless plugs like the chat would call you out for?
Thank you very much, Ollie, to have me here and enjoy this well-organized tournament here. And I'm doing some casting, some more streaming and content creation on Twitch and on YouTube. You can find me at Darkness4 Gaming on YouTube and on Twitch at Darkness4. I will post something in the chat as well. Yes, thank you very much.
Absolutely. Well, that's it. That's going to be it for us. Thank you to everyone that tuned in. A special shout out to all of you that are playing cards. You make all of this adventure possible and worth it. So we do hope that you enjoyed the show. My name is Ólafur Hrafn, and I've been your host here today. And I can't wait to see you in the next tournament broadcast coming in March. So until then, take care.